So I get really, really passionate very easily. Like I'm like a gust of wind. So I get super excited. And I say that I'm going to teach about Ayurveda today. And I get super hyped up about it. And I blow really hard about Ayurveda. And then like a week later, just like the wind, I just randomly die down. So my mind gets super excited about stuff and then like randomly dies down. So I get excited about stuff, but follow through is very difficult for my mind.
Poison's gone.
Other examples of vatas include like interests that change very quickly.
Reloading.
So, you know, like a month ago, I was reading a bunch about Carl Jung, and now I'm like, okay, I'm done with Jung. I'm ready to move on to something else.
One enemy remaining.
And so that's another example. So interests like the wind. The other thing about vatas is that their mind learns very quickly. So vatas, much like the wind, can blow really hard in one direction. So if you drop me in a random like job, within 2 or 3 days, I'll be really good at it. So when I was like in medical school, I did a really great job because like I learned super fast. The downside to vata is that you forget super fast too. So vata memory kind of like is easy to learn and easy to forget. So when I meet people, people think I'm super smart. Like you guys think I'm super smart. And then like the problem is that like if you know me for a while, I'm not going to seem nearly as smart as I come across like at the very beginning, because vatas are super dynamic and their memory, like we just learn things very quickly, but we forget things very quickly. Other examples of vata. So remember that Ayurveda says that like your mind has correlations with your body. So vatas are also what we call people with fast metabolisms. So if we look at like people's physical bodies, we know that there are 3 groups of people. Like you could sort of just look at people and everyone knows this. The first is that there are people with fast metabolisms.
Out of charges.
So I can basically eat whatever I want to and I'm not going to gain a whole lot of weight. Then there are people who have medium builds, and then there are people who are what we call big bone.
One enemy remaining.
So medium builds are pittas and big bone people are kaphas. And so kapha people who are like big boned, they can eat salads every day and they're still going to be chunky. That's just that's what their Ayurvedic dosha sort of dictates. And vata people are going to always kind of be thin. The other thing about vata body types is that like they have angular features. So if you look at my face, like my nose is like very like angular, right? It's like sharp. The features of my like my face is sort of angular.
Keep it up.
And if you guys saw, like for example on the last stream we had Joro, which by the way, Joro did do his stuff, which we'll talk about in a minute, but we had someone named Joro, and Joro's a classic kapha. Like he has a very round face. Like I can't even like grow a full beard. So vatas have very like scant facial hair, whereas kaphas have like full facial hair. And vatas also use their hands a lot. So like I use my hands a lot when I'm talking. My mind also jumps around a lot. Like for example, just now I just commented about Joro, and I was like, oh yeah, like I want to say something about Joro, and then I'm kind of coming back. So vatas are sort of like, they have a mind that's like 80 years. So compare that to pittas, who have a memory that's sort of like sharp and clear. Pittas' personalities, unlike they're not as dynamic as vatas, but they're very driven, they're very focused. Pitta mindset is a very argumentative. So if you guys have seen Tom on stream, like he's a good example. He's kind of like medium build, not very skinny, not very fat. He also like believes that like once he understands something, that's the way it is. So like pittas have a difficulty between understanding like opinion and fact. Like if they have logically concluded something, they think that that is objectively correct.
Look at me. I know
so that's like a pitta. Whereas vatas can see like all the different angles around a situation because their mind is kind of like the wind, blows this way. Okay, I feel this way one day, I feel this way one day, I see this person's opinion, I see this person's angle, I can understand this, I can understand that. Whereas pittas are like, they're very driven and focused. So a lot of what we think leads to success in life is a pitta mind. Driven, focused, ambitious, follow through. They also tend to have medium features, not particularly angular, not particularly round. And when it comes to goals, they can be a little bit like pit bulls. Like once they grab onto something, it's really hard for them to let go. The third dosha is something called kapha. So kapha is like earth and water. So kaphas, a lot of people that I know, think that they're not smart when actually they're just kaphas. So one of the things to remember about kapha is that they learn slowly, but they also forget slowly. So kaphas take time to like get up to their, they have like slow acceleration, but they can hit very high velocity. Whereas Vatas have very high acceleration and then like very like high negative acceleration and like low velocity at the end of it.
Reload him.
So they take their time, Kuffas take their time to get started.
Last player
Kuffas are also
standing.
what we call big bones. So they tend to be heavy set. It's easy for them to gain weight. They have very round features, and Kuffas tend to be
One
very,
enemy
very
remaining.
resilient. So they can withstand large amounts of like, negative situations and sort of handle that pretty well because they kind of have like high constitutions or high endurance. Whereas like Vatas you can think of as like people that are like low HP pools and low endurance. So like Kuffas are tanks, Vatas are I guess like mages, and like Bittas are like DPS dealers. So if you think about like
Thrifty.
you know like melee DPS, like that's a Bitta. A tank is a Guffa, and a Vata is like a mage or
They
like
demand a fight.
a very
Who are
like
we to
dynamic
disobey?
rogue or something like that. And we're talking about Ayurveda, by the way. So I'll just give you guys, so that's kind of like a brief overview of the three Prakrutis, and we'll kind of dive into this a little bit more.
Guys,
So-
come on. Let's fight.
People who are Vata tend to get like bored of situations very easily. They have difficulty with follow through. So one of the most important lessons I learned is one of
Get
my
out of my
teachers
way.
once told me that what I should do is like as many things as I can. So they were kind of telling me that I should juggle as many balls as I can at the same time without dropping a single one. And when I was in college, like I started out doing a bunch of stuff in my freshman year. Like I ran for student government, joined a bunch of clubs,
Revealing
joined
area.
a fraternity, took a bunch of like random classes. Like I took Japanese and Spanish and like chemistry and like all kinds of random
Poison's
stuff.
gone.
One enemy remaining.
And that's like a super Vata way to approach life. You're kind of doing a bunch of stuff. And then over time, like I did bad at all of it because I was just playing too many video games. And like I found that the more I kind of scaled back, the fewer things I did, the more bored I became. And the more bored I became,
Time
the
to
less I
stock
felt
back
like
up.
doing anything. And so what one person told me is that as a Vata, you need to do a couple of different things because your mind is going to be super dynamic. So just understand that you're going to get bored. So now what I do as a psychiatrist, like once I understood that principle, I realized like I'm never going to have a 9-to-5 job. I'm just never going to, like, if I just have a 9-to-5 job and I do the same thing every day,
Forward.
I'm going to be like bored as fuck and I'm going to do a bad job at it. So I realized that I need to structure a dynamic life. And I think a lot of gamers are very Vata.
Reloading.
So I'll give you guys an example of like what my day job is like.
Blocking sight.
So I see patients, I'm a psychiatrist. So I see patients for somewhere between like 2 and 10 hours a day. I teach, I do consulting, so I'll go to like an actual investment bank and I'll teach a group of bankers how to meditate. I stream, and yeah, so like, and then I also write. So like, I try to do 4 or 5 different things every week, and I find that the more diverse my skill set is, like the more I'm doing different kinds of things, the more I enjoy it. Because my problem is not, like I never run out of energy, I get bored. So if things are interesting to me, then I actually have
One
a very,
enemy
very high
remaining.
amount of energy, and I can work like 80 hours a week, as long as I'm doing stuff that's
Sorry,
engaging.
this was taken.
So in order to sort of build a life that's structured around my cognitive fingerprint,
Don't
if
stop
I'm doing
fighting.
one job
You
for
must
80
keep
hours a
going,
week, I'm
even
going to
if
do a
you're the
terrible
only
job.
one.
I'm going to just suck at it. Like week after week after week after week after week after week after week, I'm just going to get bored. Like I've been streaming for about 2 months, and I'm already like getting a little bit bored with streaming. Because that's what happens. Like I do something super gung-ho for like a month, and then I sort of don't feel like doing it. And so in order for me to be successful, what I need to do is like build a life that corresponds with my Vata mind. So I need to be able to do as many different things as I can and still do them successfully. So that's why I became a psychiatrist. Like if I was a surgeon, like it's really hard to write books, teach, and stream if you're doing surgery. It's way easier if you're doing psychiatry because I have a flexible schedule. And so I think if you're a Vata, what you need to understand is like you're going to get bored easily. So rather than just doing one thing, you actually need to be doing as many different things as you can successfully. So one of the biggest problems that I see with gamers is that they think like, okay, if you're
One enemy
stuck
remaining.
in life and you're like unemployed, you're not in school, you're living with your parents, you kind of think that I just need to do one thing well, right? Like I just need to like get my degree, or I just need to find a job, or I just need to move out of my house. and I shouldn't write a sci-fi TV show. I shouldn't start a business. I should just do my school. And everyone that you talk to says that if you're going nowhere in life, just like start with one thing and do that one thing well. Where I say, fuck that. If you're a Vata, don't just do one thing. That's the reason why you're stuck, is because your whole life you're listening to this advice that is for a cognitive fingerprint that is like not your brain. Like your brain is not wired like that. Your brain is kind of ADHD. So if your brain is kind of ADHD, you need to build a life that's kind of ADHD. And so actually what you need to do is I'd say start your business, enroll in classes, find a job, and start writing your sci-fi TV show. Do all 4 of them. Just dive right in and do as many different things as you can. And over time, you'll actually find that, you have to find the right sort of balance, so that takes practice. So you have to figure out, okay, like if I'm going to take, half a class load, can I have like half a class load in a part-time job? And then also like write on the side, or like develop like a Google Analytics certification on the side. So my advice for gamers who are super Vata is actually try to do more than one thing. Because the reason that you guys go back to video games is because you get bored of that one thing. But if you have something else that is interesting and exciting that you can turn to instead of a video game, you're going to do way better.
One enemy remaining.
The problem is that if you just enroll in classes, like you get bored of classes by the end of month 1, and then you start playing a video game, and then the video game has its particularly addictive properties, and it kind of sucks you in.
You have real dummies.
And by the way, video games are very satisfying to Vatas, especially if you play like a lot of different video games. But if you think about like an MMO, like how does an MMO like keep you engaged? It's because an MMO isn't just one thing, right? You like go and you like harvest flowers, and then you spend some time on the auction house, and then you spend some time doing like your 25-man raids, and then you spend some time doing your 5-man raids. You do some PvP. Like think about that for a second. If you're addicted to an MMO, if you just did PvP all the time, like you're not Vata. The reason that a lot of people fall into MMOs is because MMOs offer a really wide skill set, like kinds of activities that engage your mind in different ways. And so what I want you to think about is think about your life like an MMO. And the more that you structure your life like an MMO, actually the better you're going to do if you have a lot of Vata. So what you've got to do is think about, okay, like what is my equivalent of PvP? What is my equivalent of PvE? What is my equivalent of auction house? Okay, I'm going to find a job where I do this. I'm going to do this side hustle, which is like selling domain names. I'm going to do like a Google Analytics certification.
One enemy remaining. Spike
like that's how
down
you
B.
structure your life. Do more, not less. And then understand that as you start to do something, like prepare yourself for when you get bored. And as you get bored, that's completely fine.
On my intel.
Just move to the next thing that's like productive on your list. Be like, okay, I'm tired of studying. Let me like log in and do a few hours of my Google Analytics certification. And structure your life to have variety. And if you structure a life that has a lot of variety, then your Vata mind is going to be satisfied from it, and then it won't need to turn to the MMO for variety. Does that make sense?
Jump them.
So I'm going to take a quick pause. And just look at questions on Discord.
Anyone else?
All right, so are Vata immature? No. So this is a classic example. So someone is asking me if Vatas are immature. No. So this is because our society has a standard of maturity. We say that if you are not this way, you are immature. Vatas come across as immature. But what I would say is like, it's like, imagine that you have stats like for a mage, and then like you try to do like melee DPS. Like you're gonna suck at that. And you're gonna label yourself with being like bad, like immature. You guys get that immaturity is like a label of just badness. It just means that you're doing a shitty job at life. Whereas what you need to recognize is that your mind has certain strengths and certain weaknesses, and the more that you structure your life to be in line with your mind, you're not going to come across as immature.
Reloading.
So I'm going to tell you guys this very simply. I'm
30
fucking
seconds
lazy.
left.
I'm not disciplined. I'm fucking lazy.
I'll handle this.
I still love to play video games. I procrastinate. I don't like to do work. I play video games instead of doing work. I'm actually no different from you. I don't think my stats are different from like
One enemy
everyone
remaining.
on stream. I think the biggest difference is that I understand I'm Vata. I get it. And I recognize
Last
that this is
round
the way
before
that I
the
am.
switch.
And then I
You lose
structure
everything
my
after this.
life
Spend it.
to suit who I am in my mind. Like structure it to suit my cognitive fingerprint. And if you start structuring your life to be like designed for your cognitive fingerprint, we'll get to the other doshas in a second, then you're going to start to do a lot better. So the reason that I'm successful is because I actually do a bunch of different shit. And there are colleagues of mine that are like, I don't understand. So for example, some of my friends from residency, they're hardcore researchers. So they're like experts in
my
their one
way.
field. Like I have a friend of mine who's just an expert in schizophrenia, and she's like a neuroscience researcher, does clinical work with people who have schizophrenia, does like research on people who do schizophrenia, does brain scans of people who do schizophrenia. And she has no idea like how I can manage. She's like, if I was doing all the random crap you're doing, I would suck at it. And I come back at her with the same thing. If I was just doing schizophrenia day in and day out, day in and day out, day in and day out, I would suck at it. The problem is that our society labels her is disciplined and mature and labels me as a fuck up. Which is sort of true, but the difference is like at the end of the day, like we both ended up training at Harvard Medical School and we're both faculty at Harvard Medical School. And so how is it that both of us wind up at the same degree of like professional success? It's because I understand that I'm a Vata and I created a Vata life, and that she's a Kapha and she created a Kapha life. And so you have to figure out what's your dosha and how can you develop a life that is structured to be easy for you, right? If you've got like mage stats, like you want to be casting spells, you don't want to be like melee DPSing someone with a dagger. But the problem is that our society says that like melee DPS is the way to go. And then you also have your tanks who are like, we suck at melee DPS. And so then they look at themselves and they say like, I suck at life because I suck at melee DPS. What I'm trying to tell you guys is like, well, you're a fucking tank. So you're supposed to be doing a different thing. You have a different job. And what I like about Ayurveda is that Western medicine says that melee DPS is the only way to go. This is success.
Here.
Society says that this is the only way to go. This is how Western society works, right? We think in terms of polarities. We think in terms of like good or bad.
Silence.
We don't really think in terms of shades of gray. We think like Republican or Democrat.
Spike
We think like
down
conservative
B.
or liberal. We think about like everything is like a polarity.
One enemy remaining.
But that's just not how we are. There's like human beings are a spectrum. And the more that you understand where you lie on the spectrum, the more you can understand how to like structure your life in the right way.
Enemies close.
Yeah, so then
Eyes
people
up.
are talking about mage tanks, right? Yeah, so you could be a battle mage, right? You can be like you can wear heavy armor, you can cast some spells, and then you can also like wield a fucking two-handed sword. You can do that. So some people are bi-doshic or tri-doshic. And the thing to remember about people that are bi-doshic or tri-doshic is that they're no like better or worse than other people. It's just
I'll
like,
find them.
if you're a battle mage, you're not going to be as good of just a straight up spellcaster as a straight mage. You're also going to be like you're not going to have the same weaknesses. So my weaknesses and my strengths are very, very polarized. I'm not like a middle of the road kind of person. I'm super Vata. And so if you're a battle mage, you're like a Kapha Pitta Vata, right? So you do some spell casting, you do some melee DPS, and you're kind of tanky. You're not going to be as extreme as any people who are Vata Pitta or Kapha, but you're going to be like kind of like
player
well-rounded. So some people are doshic like that. So if you're not Vata, let's go through the other ones, right? So if you're Pitta, you're driven, you're focused, you're argumentative. I want you guys to imagine like a dog that like latches onto something and doesn't let go. So upsides of Pitta
ready for a light show?
are that they are like when we think about Pittas, like that's what we think about as mature and successful. We think about people who devote themselves to one career, right? They're like, I'm going to be an attorney, and they like work really hard. They go to school, they go to a good law school, and they're like super argumentative. Fantastic. That's Pitta. Downsides of Pitta, they're obsessional, right? So if you guys have seen like Tom's stream and stuff like that, Tom has an obsessional mind. He gets like super caught up with stuff. He can't let things go. So it's not like Pittas are better than Vatas. We just have to understand the strengths and weaknesses of each one. So Pittas tend to be driven and argumentative, but also have like a lot of problems with like anger and irritability. So like Vithas get bent out of shape. They create a lot of like interpersonal conflict. They rub shoulders with people the wrong way. They're gonna kind of like, you know, when it comes to like advancement, you know, they're hyper competitive, which can kind of screw them over or allow them to be successful.
One enemy remaining.
Right? So that's a Pitha. So that has certain strengths and certain weaknesses.
Right. Now get it.
And then Kaffa is like your tank. So Kaffas are stable,
Level
they're
heads
resilient,
until we're home,
which means
yes?
they can withstand a lot of punishment. So Vata would have quit 2 weeks in. A Pitha is going to stick around for some time and then like move on to the next thing. A Kaffa will like stay true to whatever they're doing, sometimes to the point of excess. So the best friend that you can have is a Kaffa. And I want you guys to think about the people that you know in your life. You know that person who you met who was like intensely friendly to you and they were like, man, you are the most awesome person in the world. We are best friends forever. You had this like really, really intense friendship with them. You guys did everything and then they fucking fell off the face of the earth. They just like one day they disappeared and then you just never saw them again. And that's your Vata friend. Right? Your Pitta friend is the person who's like pretty reliable. You can count on them, but like it's just fucking annoying to argue with them. Like they get into arguments with you about stupid shit. And you just can't, like you're never gonna win an argument with them because they're just gonna never like listen to your point of view. That's a Pitta. Your Kappa is a friend that you've been with for 10 years. They're the person who's always been there for you. They reach out to you from time to time. You guys stay in touch. Or if you're
one enemy remaining,
that's a Kappa friend.
Spike.
So it's not like one is better than the other. These are just different dimensions. And so Kaffas are resilient, they're stable, like, so you should understand that you're able to withstand punishment that a lot of other people, you have staying power, you have endurance, you're gonna outlast other people. And over time, Kaffas, the problem that Kaffas get into is that sometimes they're so good at withstanding punishment that they don't make changes when they need to. Whereas Vatas make changes when they shouldn't. They're like, okay, I have a great job, I'm gonna fucking quit because I'm bored. They should stick with it, but they don't. Kaffas, on the other hand, find themselves in a bad situation or like a bad relationship, and they stick with it even though they should leave. So I'm gonna address a couple of questions. The first thing is, can people have like multiple amounts? Absolutely. So some people can have like a Vata memory and like a Kappa, let's say like, let me think about it. So like people can have Kappa friendships and a Vata memory.
There they
but
are.
generally speaking, they kind of lump together, but everyone is private.
One enemy
everyone
remaining.
has some level of each. So I want you guys to imagine that you have like, imagine these are like stats.
Win.
So like instead of like strength, intelligence, and like constitution, imagine that you have a Vata score, a Pitta score, and a Kapha score. And actually, there are, you can, hold on. I think I shared this with y'all, right? So here's an example. Okay. I don't know if this was posted in our Discord. So I want you guys to think about these as stats, right? And everyone has like a certain number on each stat. The other thing is it's not like higher numbers mean better things. So disease or problems in Ayurveda arise when you're when your Vata, when each of your dosha stats is too high or too low. So I have a dynamic mind. I learn things very quickly. And if my Vata stat like goes 5 points higher, like let's say my Vata is like a 75. If it goes like 10 points higher and I hit 85, then I have ADHD. At that point, my mind is so dynamic that it can't focus on one thing and it becomes like problematic for me. Whereas my Kapha stat is like super low. So like if my Kapha stat drops a little bit more, then I get like sick. So I physically like get ill very easily. Like I was sick as a kid. Like it's like kind of like you have a low con stat, right? Like my poison resistance and my disease resistance and all that kind of shit is like really low. Anytime my kids get sick, I get sick. My wife is Kapha, so she, like everyone in the house can be sick and she's gonna be fine. So like my immunity is weak. So I have like a low con stat, high int, right? So I want you guys to just imagine that everyone has like different levels of these, and you could be Thrai-Doshik. You can be like in the middle for each of these. And I hope if you guys take a look at the questionnaire, what you see is that there are different dimensions, and that like, you know, you can have like Vata and memory and like Guffa and friendships and like Pitta and career. And that's just the way that you are. And the way to become successful, in my opinion, is not to like, and this is the problem, right? Is gamers think that there's one road to success. And you look at yourself and you say, if I was more disciplined, I would be successful. If I was more like that person, I would be more successful. If I was different, I would be more successful. And I say, fuck that. I say, look at who you are, look at your strengths, look at your weaknesses, and structure a life that is designed to befit you, right? Like if you're a caster, like if you're playing Dark Souls and you have like mage stats, like use spells. And the problem here is that, you know, you guys just aren't playing to your strengths. Okay, I'll stop using the word gamers. So play to your strengths. Yeah, so I just posted the questionnaire in chat, and then I'll post another one. Hold on. So here's another example. So here's one that incorporates physical attributes as well. So what we're gonna do, you know, actually what I think I'll do is just,
Spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Jets grounded. Many enemies.
I'm coming, friends!
Throwing charge. Knife deployed. Enemy suppressed.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike spotted.
Time to stock back up.
Wall raised.
Okay.
Multiple targets ahead. Target sighted.
Spike down A.
Reloading. Target sighted. Flashbang.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Aw, don't you
Try harder. Weapon here.
Keep the momentum.
Let's flush them out. You should run.
One dead.
Bomb buddy out.
Many enemies A.
Spike planted.
Healing you. Enemy spotted. Nightmare's over. Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
See ya.
Uh-oh!
Olha, Jet. I can't wait for you to run circles around him.
Hey, don't do that again. Reported. Reported, dude. You're done for. See you later.
Wall raised.
Reloading.
Throwing charge.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Unavoidable.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I'll handle this. I'm back. Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do. Gives him nothing.
Flashbang. Hostile KIA.
One enemy remaining.
Next time, no charges.
No charging.
Reload. Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Forward.
The hunt begins.
Multiple targets A.
Enemy spotted A.
Target sighted A.
Spike planted.
Target dead.
Healing you. Stay down.
Suppressing.
Enemy spotted B. Weapon shield.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
I will not die here. You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Guns up. Get ready.
Satchel out.
You should run.
Here.
Target sight.
Here comes
Flash.
the party.
They're in pieces. No chance.
Enemy spotted. B.
Last player standing.
Shutting them down.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Reloading.
Call and response, baby.
Shut down Killjoy's tech.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
Train hard.
Spike planted.
Okay, Sage, go in. Oh shit!
Let's get these idiots. Barrier created.
Walks away.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Suppressing. Grenade out.
Was that important?
Hey, you did it.
Reloading. Let's strike first. It's better than having to strike back.
Can someone get this?
my way.
Here.
You will not kill my allies. You should run.
Spike planted.
You're good one, Jet.
For you.
Last player standing.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Let's get this done.
Bomb buddy out.
Last player standing. Flawless. Last round in the half.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway.
Need a drop.
We go.
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Spike down B.
They're all in hookah, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Get him, Goon Squad.
Wall raised.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Clutch. Switching
No one
sides.
beats my firepower. I got this.
It's down. Guns up. Get deadly.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Bomb buddy out. Boom. Plant the spike.
Plant the spike.
Flag it.
Spike planted. Barrier created. Satchel out.
From
One
CT
enemy
side.
remaining.
Reloading.
Pew 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 pew.
They were not good enough.
Ai, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Forward. Spike carrier was killed.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
I got the spike.
Grenade.
Enemy spotted A. Grounded.
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
dead.
Spike down A.
Time to jump.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Never show weakness. Ever.
As one.
Lock in sight. Wall here. Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options, they make mistakes.
Gotta find that rhythm.
Flashbang. Flash.
I'll handle this.
Target sighted A.
Listen up.
Reload.
Spike down A.
Is that you little fucker?
Last player standing.
Nice.
If I power down, restart me. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Decoy.
Target sighted B. Enemy spotted B. Flash.
Reloading. Reloading. Go get him. Satchel out. Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
What the?
The hunt begins.
Get out of my way.
Target sighted A.
Ouch. Go get him. Here comes this.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh.
Race it to the spike side. Can
Reloading.
someone get this? Thank you.
Can someone get this? Thank you. Healing you.
Block the sight. Stay down. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in. Let's make some chaos. Healing you. You should run.
Last player standing.
I got the
Spike
spike.
down A.
You will not kill my allies.
Match point.
They want to dance? Ha! I'll lead.
Need a drop.
Straight for me.
One enemy remaining.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Forward. Your duty is not over.
Reloading.
Flash.
For you.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Anyone else?
Defenders win. Match found. Choose your agent.
Relax. I've already thought of everything.
Match found.
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know. It's open season on the enemy Reyna.
Wait, Brimstone, you were
get
in
a
my
shot at
game
that heart.
yesterday
Take it.
where that guy that was Reyna was being super toxic against everybody. I remember you because you're like level 203 and everybody was.
Molly! Launching smoke.
Spike
I hit Jet
planted.
for 105 in the head.
player standing.
My god, the rate is insane.
Nice try.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
I will find you.
Smoke's down.
Reload.
Molly.
Here's my copy.
Stim beacon down. Now we're cooking.
For you. Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
$135 on Jet.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nice.
Don't rush me.
Punch us in the teeth, we spit back blood. They've got nerve.
Subsea one. Oh, I hit Raze for 122.
Good attempt.
Spike
Or
planted.
planted.
Launching smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Good, it's-
You're sick.
Let's go.
Why did you sound so much like Brimstone when you said that?
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Let's make them dance.
Spike down mid.
Wrong button.
Here.
Dang it, I hit Raze for 80.
One enemy
Raze keeps
remaining.
killing
3 out
me.
of 5.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Weak. Nice.
Nice. Also, Cypher, nice skin.
Thanks.
No more doubts. We're ready. Safety's off. On the money.
Spike down A.
Killed.
40 on Astra.
One enemy remaining.
Molly.
Oh my god.
I hit her 40.
That's a lot of them.
I'm
Nice.
annoyed. There was someone through the wall, and there was the name tag above the enemy Astra.
We trade
So I thought it was one of you guys.
That's unlucky.
This ain't what they signed up for.
We got this, Sage.
Smoke's down.
Hostile removed.
Told you.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
I clicked the wrong button. I tried to ping.
$120, she's one shot. Nice.
I am a mountain.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
They're gonna be scared to push A side now.
Yeah, they're definitely C. Oh, it's 2. Oh, they're also in garage. They're on site.
They all have ults, so just be...
Spike planted.
Launching smoke. Down and out.
Enemy spotted C.
Reloading.
Molly.
Brimstone. Maybe try and ult to bring it.
Last player standing.
That's my bet.
Look at me. I know
I'll
that
set
I
up on
am
a
by
different
your
site.
side.
You know what to do.
Eliminated. Rest.
My tripwire is gone.
Spike planted.
Oh dang it, he dropped down.
One enemy remaining.
Hey Sage, I think you should heal him.
Up top.
For you. Thanks. Shame. Love explosions.
Up
Weapon
here.
here. Cage triggered.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
For you, hermanita.
Enemy down. Open up the sky!
I did it on purpose. I wanted Brimstone eggs, you know?
Anyway,
Spike planted. Last player standing.
respawn.
120.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Spike down mid.
Still in sight.
Dang it, there's one in garage.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted C.
Here. Here. Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ah!
I hate when people
They don't have a
do that
single life
run
worth
and gun.
saving.
I can't aim.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry for doing so bad.
Safety's off.
You're fine.
Why does he have a judge? Be careful. What's his name? Astra has a judge in garage.
Yes.
Cage triggered.
Spike planted.
Your duty is not over.
Put down.
Enemy down.
Cage
Last
triggered.
player standing.
The judge is on.
I wanted to kill her.
Last round before the switch.
Halftime.
Hey,
Don't save a
Cypher,
thing.
can I have that sector skin?
Perhaps.
I need this. My thanks.
Thank you.
Oh my god, this Astra is so annoying. Always goes garage with judge.
Last player standing.
Jet's grounded.
Between the legs. Nice try, nice try.
It's probably better.
Switching
Ruin their
sides.
day.
Now, where to set up shop?
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted C. Reloading.
Go get him.
Opponent killed. You fought well.
Caught one.
Enemy spotted C.
So
Reloading.
is that.
Reloading. Spike carrier. Enemy
Spike
Garage.
down. C. One enemy remaining.
Long.
Have the spike. Reloading. Tragic life.
That's good.
Nice.
Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down.
I need to blow something up. spotted A. You disappoint me.
Reloading.
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 Flank.
Smoke's down.
Parasite. Reloading.
Our carrier's down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Molly! Smoke's down.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice try.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them. Reloading. Enemy spotted. Healing.
Launching smoke.
Someone is sick.
Let's rotate.
Launching smoke.
Someone behind us.
Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's down.
Our spike is down. Colorful kill.
Spike down A.
Anybody have the spike?
Molly.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Where will they go this time?
Does anybody want up?
They're poor, so I don't think I want an up. No.
Oh, you bought it? I thought you picked one up.
No, but I have enough money to buy one and I don't want one, so.
Someone is sick. Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Satchel out.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Nice try.
Time to stock back up.
Here, let's go C again. Because what happens every time we go C is that there's like 2 people flank because they just want to push us. So if we play it really
Should I
slow,
watch flank?
For you, Herman.
like we just peek out and show that we're C, and then just wait for the people flank to come.
Reloading.
That's enough.
Launching smoke.
Reloading. Reloading.
Your duty is not over. So what I mean?
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Last one has an optic on C. So maybe go plant A real quick, second.
I told you. Let's go.
30 seconds left.
Planted the spike.
They were not good enough.
Easy.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Reloading.
Watch and learn.
You should run.
Killjoy's mid.
Reloading.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Battle out.
Spike down. C. Last player standing.
Well, it's
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left.
Hopefully that's enough.
Let's just go mid. We haven't tried that yet.
Let's make him dance.
Launching smoke.
Fire in the hole!
Here.
Enemy spot.
Spike carrier is killed.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
I surrounded by minha familia. We won't lose.
It's fine, we got this.
so. Let's all just like hide because they'll get antsy and push us. I don't know, because whenever we push, they always just come around every angle
We go!
as fast as they can.
Smoke's down. Smoke's down.
Enemy.
What? How is he hitting me, but I didn't hit him? I hit Reyna for 132 on long.
Our carrier's down.
104
Spike
Jet.
down A. Last
The last
player
turn.
standing.
Either we
You got this.
maybe ult.
One enemy
Gotcha.
remaining.
Got the spike.
.30 seconds left.
planted.
Fine, who got this?
They want to dance? I'll lead.
Let's just sit and spawn. Let's try this. Just sit and spawn. Don't
Or we
peek.
can full push a site. Like as fast as we can.
Okay, sure. What's that?
Probably A.
Yeah, everyone push as fast as you can. I'm gonna ult.
They will cower. The hunt begins. Reload.
You got heal?
Launching smoke.
Thank you.
Get out of my
Give me
way.
that corpse.
Satchel out.
Molly.
You're probably afraid.
Reload.
Carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Oh, I didn't plan. I got bumped away by Ray's thing.
Reloading.
Got the spike.
Get the spike and go.
Dim beacon here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last one was
Lock that
heaven.
door, though.
They might not be heaven, just watch.
Launching
both
smoke.
areas.
Dim beacon down.
Last player standing.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
I need this.
You wanna try that again, or?
Can you buy me Sage?
My thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it seemed to work.
Do you want to try a different site this time, or same site?
We can try C. It's just there's that long corridor.
Maybe rush C from garage.
Yeah.
You are divided.
Smoke's down.
Someone is C. Here.
Get him.
Molly.
You should run.
Spike planted.
Reload. Careful now.
Dim beacon here.
Here.
Taken down.
Reloading.
Out of charge.
She must be so mad.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Match point.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
We need to all rush in, even if they place a wall.
Yeah.
Going to explode.
Smoke's down.
Carrier is killed.
Spike down
You
A.
fought well.
Oh my god. Oh,
Molly.
Fire in the hole.
full raise ult.
One enemy remaining.
Train you.
Other side of that box.
I'm super low. Race, can you go in, please?
Spike down A.
scared.
They're long.
One left standing.
Thank you. I do not want to die.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
One more.
Embarrass them.
Rushing super quickly.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. A.
Reloading.
You guys gotta go in before people are able to flank.
Smoke's down.
Either rotate or rush them. Rotate.
Enemy spotted. A. Here.
If he'll be happy.
Reloading.
Cypher. Cypher's AFK.
30 seconds
Enemy
left.
spotted. A.
Last player standing.
Thanks, Cypher.
Defenders win. Match found.
I am both shield and sword.
Match found. Select your agent.
Maybe someone smokes? I don't know.
Match found.
Did I dodge?
You decide. I was just joking. Like, if you, it's up to you still. This map does
Choose
suck,
your
but
agent.
if you don't want a penalty or something.
I'll dodge for you guys.
Absolute legend.
Nice day.
Thank you.
I will remember you.
I'm gonna switch streams for just a second. Okay, and what we're gonna do. So let me just modify some of this stuff. Okay, we're gonna go to this. Huh? Okay, weird. There we go. Okay, so here's an example of the Prakriti questionnaire. Okay, so this includes physical and mental stuff. So I don't know if you guys can read this, but this is weight. So vatas are usually thin, often difficult to put on weight, visible ribs. Medium build, good muscle tone is kaphas. Is pittas. Kaphas are larger, difficult to lose weight, heavy bones. Vata skin is dry, cool, thin. Pitta skin is like oily, smooth, and warm with a lot of freckles or color in their face. So you guys should go look at Joro and look at the fucking color in his face. He's got a ton of color in his face. Kaphas have like thick skin, cool skin, oily. So hair tends to be like thin, kinky. Like, I don't know if you guys see this, but like my hair is like kinky as fuck. You guys see this? Like it kinks. Like, you see this action? Like, it's not straight. Pittas have like male pattern baldness oftentimes. And Kapha's hair is like thick, wavy, oily, lustrous. So the other thing that's really interesting, I don't know if I'm going to see if I can. Yeah, kinky hair, I know. So I want you guys to look at the top of my eyelid and see how it covers like the top of my iris. That's classically Vata. So there are even things like the more of your iris you can see, that's like Pittas. You can see the entire iris of their eyes. And so there are all kinds of physical, oh, this is great, appetite. There are all kinds of physical features. So my diagnostic question for Vatas is, are your eyes larger than your stomach? And what I mean by that is that do you get intensely hungry and then get satisfied with a relatively small amount of food? Like you feel like you can eat like 10 pounds of barbecue, but then you eat like half a plate and you're like, actually, I'm kind of full. So that's a classic Vata appetite, where your eyes are bigger than your stomach and you feel super, super hungry and you feel hungry erratically. Pittas have sort of an excessive appetite. Kaphas have sort of a stable, regular appetite. Vatas tend to be prone to constipation. Pittas can have indigestion and can have like acid reflux and like stomach problems. Kaphas can have like, are kind of in the middle. Yeah, so hey Gizmo. So now the question is, so people are talking, right? They're like people in chat are commenting about various attributes of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And so now like what would be fascinating is if you guys like go back and look at the comments that people are making and see if there's a consistency with Vata. Right? So Gizmo has been saying that I think that they're pretty Vata. And so they're talking about different attributes that are all Vata. So Vatas are reactive, yes. They tend to be very reactive. One other question that I want to get to is someone asked about Myers-Briggs. So I do believe that there's some correlation with Myers-Briggs. And the reason for that is very simple. For those of you guys who don't know, does anybody know what Myers-Briggs is based on? What's the foundation of Myers-Briggs? Anybody know? You can be a chubby Vata. Nope, Myers-Briggs is not based on the Big Five. Yeah, so as Esther Q has it right. Based on Carl Jung. You know what? This is fascinating. You know what Carl Jung's theories are based on? Did he come up with them himself? Nope, not Freud. Incorrect. Nope, not Nietzsche. Dank Moses has it correct. Carl Jung's theories are actually based on Ayurveda and Hindu philosophy. Right? So Carl Jung studies Ayurveda and then comes up with theories. And then Myers-Briggs studies Carl Jung and then comes up with Myers-Briggs. And so it correlates to Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So just think about this for a second. Remember that Western psychology assumes that the mind is like uniform, right? The body is uniform. The heart functions a particular way. The mind functions a particular way. That's how it works. And then Myers-Briggs comes along and says, people are fundamentally different, that not everyone is the same way. That there are introverts and extroverts. That there are people who judge and feel, right? Intuitive and perceptive. That fundamentally they're different kinds of human beings. Where did they get that idea? Why is it so contrary to the rest of Western psychology? Because it's based on Jung. Because Jung said people are fundamentally different. And then the question becomes, where did Jung learn it? He studied Ayurveda. So I'm going to show you guys an interesting book. Okay? So,
match found.
Here's an example. So like Jung studied a lot of Hindu psychology, philosophy, and medicine. He's actually like or Indian. Hindu, whatever. So I think there are correlations. So when I did some Myers-Briggs training and did some stuff myself, I was like, oh, this sounds a lot like Ayurveda. Yeah, so if you guys are mixtures of stuff, that's completely reasonable. Everyone has all three elements, right? You've got all three stats. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next thing. So Stress Dessert asks the perfect question. Can you alternate between the doshas? Absolutely. So there's also... let me send you guys... You guys want to see science? Is anyone wondering whether... Anyone wondering whether there's any science behind this stuff? Like, is this like just, this is just theory, right? There's no like science behind it. This guy's like, he's one of these complementary and alternative like homeopath, Reiki people. It's not real. Come on. Can't be real. Right? There's no way. So, you guys want some science? There's the science. Okay? So I'll tell you what these two papers show. Yeah, it's some voodoo shit, right? The first is that what researchers in India did, there's an emerging field called eugenomics. So what researchers did is they said, okay, they gave a bunch of people these questionnaires, and they said like, okay, for all of the people who are Vata, let's check their genome. And for all the people who are Pitta, let's check their genome. And for all the people who are Kapha, let's check their genome. And are there statistically significant correlations between your genes and your dosha? And the answer is absolutely yes. that all Vatas, and just think about this for a second. People who have fast metabolisms, they have to share certain traits. Our metabolism is common. People who are big boned have a metabolism that's fundamentally different from people who have fast metabolism. So that has to be our body types. Any person can look at down the street and you can say, oh, there's a thin person. There's a
Here, mid window.
2 mid.
Reloading. Spike down A.
Spike down A.
Yeah, there's one down A long, probably another one.
Hunting
Spike planted.
First one shot A long.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Nice.
This is nothing. Oh, was that important?
You want revenge, Viper? Now's your chance.
Spike down A.
No. That's Just 2 more. I saw right now in Brim, don't know where KJ is.
Wall raised.
Spike down A.
Too short, too long.
Spike's dropped though.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go, A long.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
The hunt begins.
Barrier created.
Spike planted.
See ya.
Last player standing.
Who trained you?
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Right.
Bomb buddy out.
3 C long.
There's more.
One enemy remaining.
Get her, yeah.
Yeah.
Commendable. Again.
Anyone want this Vandal?
Gun here.
I must stop their Reyna.
Mid. B.
Come here, stay alive.
Get him.
Reloading.
One down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining. Healing. Spike down. Attacker spawn.
I think that's it. Reloading.
It's hard not to play with my food.
I threw it on the ground because I suck with that gun. It's just more expensive than the gun I use.
Good work. Don't screw it up.
KJ turret was there. Yeah, there's 2 more. Jet and Sage. Jet's at 40.
Opponent killed.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I hate to say it, but probably best
to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Let's start this party.
One. It's just one.
B.
Satchel out.
Spike
Spike down
down
mid.
mid.
KJ mid. One C. One garage.
Reloading.
One more garage.
Planting on C.
Spike planted.
The KJ is lit.
You should run.
One enemy remaining.
Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Good shit.
Come on.
Oh.
Clutch.
Careful, Viper. He'll scare the kids.
Forward. Enemy spotted mid. Gotcha.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Enemy down. Barrier created. I'll choke their sight. Can I get a drop?
The hunt begins. Spike down mid.
Remove.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Ah, now that was a work of art. This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Blocking sight. Reloading.
Where are they?
Spike planted.
Prepare for hellfire!
Your duty is not over.
So what I mean?
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
No charges left. Together. We will bury them under their transgression.
Last player standing.
They're all lit.
Spike down, C. Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
We turn to dust. You will not kill my allies!
Go get him.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Someone's in attacker spawn. Don't get out my way! You should run. For you.
Down and out. Spike and attacker spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Total 5.
Thirty seconds left.
Planting A.
Spike planted.
Just one shot.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Stay safe. We're going back in.
Bury them.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. Enemy spotted A. Wall raised. Reloading. Blocking sight. Spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Satchel out.
One enemy
Jet's
remaining.
grounded.
Last player standing.
78.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that. I need to blow something up. Reloading, healing them. Reloading. Enemy killed. Wall raised.
Ah, shit, my bad.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Let's ruin their day.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Launching smoke.
I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. I really needed this.
Carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A.
Barrier created.
Down you go.
Satisfied. Unavoidable.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Reyna heaven.
Let them try to get through me.
Reloading. One brimstone is enough.
Enemy spotted C.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted C.
Reloading. Smoke's down.
Goes really low.
You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, this guy's on side. No time.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move. Need equipment.
Together. Wall raised.
Molly!
The hunt begins.
Taken down. Prepare for hellfire!
Spike down, C.
Enemy spotted C.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
He's a no. He knows.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Okay.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Enemy down. Molly.
You will not kill
Heaven.
my ally. Healing.
One enemy remaining.
Your duty is not over.
One left standing. Reloading.
If you lose focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
Forward.
Right here.
Eliminate. Watch this.
It's here somewhere.
Someone's in defense.
Smoke's down.
Wall raised. No charges left.
They're going garage.
Multiple enemies C.
Yeah, I need help. Still everyone.
Win. Good job.
One dead.
Behind you.
My
Viper, what are you doing?
abilities, they're suffering.
You okay? Your headphones turn off?
Time to explode. One down.
Enemy kill.
Launching smoke.
Toxins going up.
Molly.
Toxin screen down.
Last
Spike
player
carrier
standing.
killed.
Spike
94.
down, C. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
ETD's ult.
Don't get in my way. I have the spike.
10 seconds left.
Time to stock back up.
Right here.
Come on, let's go.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted C.
Our spike is down.
Spike down, mid.
Reloading. I have the spike. Reloading.
Last
spike is
player
down.
standing. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Barrier created.
Flawless.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this. Need equipment.
Bomb buddy out.
Enemy spotted C.
Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Enemy removed.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
I don't know why you're pushing the spike.
Last player standing.
Killed.
30 seconds left.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid, and you shall receive. Tip the balance in our favor.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Reloading. Smoke's down. Molly.
There's a KJ turret, sleep.
Grounded.
Oh, never mind, Jet's behind him. Jet's behind him.
Smoke's down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
It's sad, really.
Reloading.
Reloading.
For you. Match point.
Finish him off. Reloading. Launching smoke.
Bomb buddy out.
You should run.
KJ's here. Yeah. Just rotate.
Reloading.
Out of charges.
Enemy spotted A.
Jet going around C long.
Open up the sky.
Last player standing.
Anyone have
Switching
any
sides.
sticks? I may have jammed my
Overtime.
fingers. Multiple fingers.
Wall raised.
Don't push.
3 C long.
Your tactics failed.
Switching sides.
Let's go. I got
Match
things to do.
point.
Right here. Need help.
Why you keep going C long, bro?
Fine, I'll go B.
No, go with us.
See ya. Reloading.
Enemy spotted B.
Launching smoke.
Go get him.
Reloading. Molly.
Okay.
Why really bad?
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted
Down.
78 right now.
Last player standing.
The hunt begins.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I hear them scream.
Hey, you want me to wall this up or no?
Barrier created.
Multiple enemies, A.
Say.
Sage 1 or 2 long.
Healing.
Enemy down.
Planting C.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Message sent.
Stim beacon down.
105. KJ.
Good attempt.
Last player standing.
The hunt begins.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
Let's got 94.
This?
Drink
Switching
some water,
sides.
reload your mags, and
Match
let's get back
point.
out there. Right here.
As one.
Night night.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Barrier created.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Switching sides.
Just draw.
Overtime.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Enemy spotted A.
Headshot.
They're here.
Down you go.
Wall raised.
Reloading.
Healing you.
I'll tag Jet like twice.
One enemy
99 brick.
remaining.
You gotta retire sometime. Spike spotted A.
Reloading. I got
Switching
your back.
sides.
Just
Match point.
from the front. Satchel out.
Let's just go B.
B.
Oh,
A.
together.
Right here.
Isolate them and kill them.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Wall raised.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Rest.
Last player standing.
79 Sage.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck
Why are
me.
you pushing while reloading?
Switching sides.
Never had a doubt.
Reloading.
Match found. Match found.
Everybody talk. Somebody talk in the voice chat.
Talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Let's go. I can hear everyone.
I was just trying to check for equipment. His voice chat wasn't working.
All right, where's the fight?
Want to be friends?
Yeah, let's be friends.
Blocking sight.
Hawk out!
Careful now.
Hey, there's one coming from mid.
Yeah.
Spike
one's
down
coming from
A.
mid. Sewer.
I got breached from sewer.
I got the spike.
From main, CT.
Raze should be one.
One down.
Spike plant.
Heal up, squad.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
She's CT. She might
Hawk
be on
out!
heaven.
I'm out of stuff. Healing over here.
Thank you.
Heal up, squad.
Don't want to take you out, Sage. But
That was a beautiful push, squad, even though it was a free sight. I still liked it. Nobody slowed down.
I did. I slowed down.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Jump them. Careful now.
Hey, behind breach. Ah.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Great.
Healing over here.
Sorry.
Reloading. That wasn't terrible.
Gun here.
I'm still here if anyone wants.
Need a drop.
No.
Thanks.
No.
Take it.
begins.
Enemy spotted.
Close. How am I so trashy at 113? Oh, I swear to God.
Oh, I know him. Spike down, C. Last player standing.
Oh, no.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
I don't want to go to sea anymore.
Too bad, bro.
What do you guys think of a B push?
Find the weak point.
I think,
No.
sure.
Watch this.
Enemy spotted B.
Piss off.
Sage killed.
Blocking sight. Party's over.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Blood.
Dig.
Hit 120.
Great inventions. I'm so impressed.
Just let them try to catch me.
I am everywhere.
I got the spike.
I have the cover.
Killed them.
Spike down, C.
Healer down.
Time to jump.
Enemy spotted B.
Yeah. Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
Stay keen. They don't have to be good to be dangerous.
Let's keep it rolling.
Flashing to there.
Blocking sight.
Careful now.
Time to jump.
Reyna, thank you.
Reloading.
Yep, there's two of them.
One sewer.
Reyna's lit 40 sewer. She healed.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's probably aiming.
Last player standing.
Oh, I don't like
Plus the bomb.
Oh!
Nice.
No way.
Booker.
That was
That was
dirty.
slick.
What a loser.
Oh my
What a
god.
loser.
Show me where to go.
Omen, let's flank them. Here.
One in sewer, 117, breed.
Blocking seeking out.
Found one.
Stay down.
Reloading. Cutting through.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down B.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
Reloading.
Reload him. Hey. No.
What's this?
Got him.
Enemy
Dead.
clock in sight.
Cutting through.
Shadows.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Come on, let's go.
Enemy spotted.
She's left side.
Hawk out.
You should run.
Blinded. Got him.
The hunt begins.
We got breach back here.
Fire in the hole.
Last player
Kill my
standing.
allies.
You got it, Phoenix.
Bro, barbecue soda. What even is that?
We get a pick, we move in. Got it? I got yous, okay? Spike drop.
I got the spot here.
Killjoy's hell.
Shadows traveling.
Lock in sight.
Time to jump.
Enemy spotted A.
Here.
Healer's down.
Reyna is sewers.
Reloading.
Reyna is sewers.
One enemy remaining.
Don't.
Last
Spike
player
carrier's
standing.
down.
Spike down A.
That's all yours fault. You can report him.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Why did he teleport with Spike?
I wanted to.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Drop
I
the
got the
spike.
spike. Spike
I have the spike.
Here.
Time to hunt.
Don't watch me. You're making a terrible mistake.
Last player standing.
Time to jump.
Don't worry, guys. Ah.
Spike planted. Decoy.
We got this.
I wish our Owen wasn't so terrible. Our Owen sucks.
We're not equals. Let's go. Headshot. Hawk out. Heal up, squad.
Raises close.
Reloading.
Hawk out. Blinded. Enemy spotted mid. See ya.
Going up.
Cover going out.
Blocking sight.
Cutting through.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wait, it's an early distraction, guys.
Last round before the switch.
We lose everything after this.
I need a drop.
Reloading.
I need a drop.
I need a drop. Cheers.
Find the weak point and break it.
Shadows traveling.
Heal up, squad.
I'll handle this. 3 killed. Come on, let's go! Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
No. Oh, you would.
Nice
You
work.
fucking would.
Switching
Okay,
sides.
we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Did you have an ace?
Yeah, did you have an ace going? I don't
We
know.
know what
That's,
he knew.
that's good.
Nobody knew. Any of you would have killed him too. You had no idea. I just happened to be the unlucky one here.
I got yous, okay?
Breach just
is it
concussed
C?
C. Looks like it was might be kind of a fake. They're planting
Oh,
B.
they're planting B.
Spike planted.
Healing over here.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading. Reload.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
I got you, bruv.
See?
Nothing to see.
I mean,
the
garage.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
They're coming up to
Hawk
you.
out. Blinded.
Raise it 104.
They're on site now.
Spike planted.
Bunch of guys C.
Last player standing.
Disappear.
Fuck.
Nice try.
140.
Nice try.
Race into the spike sites.
Here.
Rain a window. With the marshal.
Nice.
Enemy spotted A.
Sorry, bro.
Portal closed.
Sage's window. They're going to get it.
Cutting through.
Splash C.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
If I kill all the enemies myself, I apologize. I have trouble sharing.
Hit them when they're not looking.
Many enemies.
Time to hunt. They're concussed.
Lights out.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Squad.
They're up top, whatever it's called, heaven. I don't know.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Never show weakness. Ever. Good luck, Sky.
Hawk out. Hawk out. Blinded.
Let go.
Time to hunt. They're concussed.
One left. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Healing over here.
Going out. Ha!
Oh, she's in garage.
30 seconds left.
Healing over here.
I don't know what that flash was bouncing from the years, but
No drama.
Y'all better keep up. Let's go.
Heal up, squad.
Reloading.
They're pushing.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted. C.
Spike down.
Back off.
Heal up, squad.
Come on, let's go.
Found one.
One enemy remaining.
Healing over here.
Flawless.
Reloading.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Don't eat them ground.
Reloading.
Launching here. Many enemies.
they are alone.
Hawk out.
You should run.
Blinded.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Just let them try to catch me.
Reloading.
Fire in the hole!
Someone's mid.
Time to hunt. Got him. One dead.
Someone's B. Engineers down.
Healing over here. Hawk out.
Reloading.
They're on C.
Spike planted.
Ouch.
One enemy remaining.
Thanks. Oh, was that important?
You want me serious? You got it. Reload him.
It begins.
Watching here.
Sounds like.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
109 for each. Short. Or short.
Got him.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Going up. Careful now.
Goodie, goodie.
Clutch.
Ooh, that's going on a highlight reel for sure.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
And anyone good with the op?
I can be streaky.
You go crazy on bro.
I need a drop.
Time to mobilize.
Yeah, I see no fire.
Thanks. Thanks. Enemy spotted C.
That's Reyna.
Reach it in mid.
Reyna's still long.
They're still pushing.
We should have some people stay. One person stay mid.
Raze is behind me. I'm getting shot.
Spike planted.
Killjoy's in the middle. 74. I think she's on site.
Anyone else? Time to jump.
Why am I so trash?
Last player standing.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will fall.
Need a drop? Thanks.
Time to jump.
Off your feet!
Embarrassing. Enemy spotted mid.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Hawk out. Blinded.
You should run. Spike down A.
Spike safe.
Sage is still
Just
down
hold
there.
it.
You will not kill my allies.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
I'm so
One
huge.
enemy remaining.
Aww. So close.
Match point.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us. Snuff them out.
Watch this.
Here's some hit.
See, found one.
That is for sure.
Spike planted.
Healer's down.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides. Overtime.
What's the plan here?
When
to win. Let's go.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloaded.
Last player standing.
Flank.
Range is down.
Switching
hate to
sides.
say it, but
Match
probably
point.
best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
I got you, bruv.
I hear some mid. They're pushing up mid. Ray's pushed up mid. One's near garage door.
Spike down B. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
We good.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I will take back what is mine.
Alright, we have to push a site.
Okay, everyone hard push A.
Yoru.
Alright,
Follow Jet.
Omen,
Follow
can you
Jet.
smoke? Omen, can you smoke heaven? I'll
Here.
smoke us across right
Here.
here with my smokes.
Yoru, follow Jet up the ass onto site. I'm behind stacks.
Wait, what did you say?
Watch out for Brim. Watch out for Brim.
I didn't buy,
Enemy
guys.
spotted A.
Shadows traveling.
Here, I have. Take my.
Reloading.
That's fine. That's fine.
She's
I'll
there.
just hold-
Close, close, close.
Plant the spike.
I go flank. This guy. Your chin. No, go away. No.
Spike planted.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
They just keep you.
One enemy remaining.
Playtime, playtime.
Last player standing.
Oh, flank.
Oh.
Clutch. Switching
Another fight?
sides.
Clean slate.
Match point.
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
And make sure to buy guns.
Stay safe.
One's coming garage. Push, see?
Spike planted.
Planted, see.
Time to hunt.
Watch out behind me.
Why was she there?
Last player
Close, right?
standing. One enemy remaining.
Blocking.
Push him. You don't have time.
Attackers win.
Damn. Damn.
Match found. Match found.
Hey, yo, Sage, that is a pretty clever username, not gonna lie.
Are you bad at the game? Sage, are you bad? Yikes. See, like, I'll D rank if we lose this, bro.
Select your agent.
Come on, man. Don't be like this. You can dodge, please.
Match found. Choose your agent.
All right, here we go. We have Anthony Arolada, former made man in the Genovese crime family. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Thanks for having me, Vlad.
Well, it's your first time here. I want to start in the very beginning. So you're from Springfield, Massachusetts.
Correct.
Which is actually where I grew up originally.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when my family first immigrated from Russia, that's actually where we settled, in the projects of Springfield, Massachusetts.
Whereabouts in Springfield? Where, north end, south end?
I mean, I was 5 years old. I could probably find out, but I just remember we lived in the slums.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I definitely remember. Okay, so you're growing up, and I guess your family owns a produce store?
Yes.
Okay, and that's still around today?
No, the property's there, but the business is closed. My father was a fruit and produce, vegetables, wine grapes. He was the biggest wine grape distributor in all of Mass, probably all of Mass, definitely Western Mass. Every wine grape season, he'd sell 30, 35 trailer loads of wine grapes. Back then, it was the grapes. Then they came with the buckets, the juice. So he was a hard worker, and he had the store since the 70s. He had another store prior to that. And so I grew up in the store working for him at a young age.
Okay, and was your dad mafia related at all?
No.
Okay.
He was
Not at all.
He was a worker, but he was never he was just a hard-working man. He gambled. The only thing he did was bet sports, but nothing to do with taking sports or anything like that.
Okay, but in the area that you were in, there was mafia guys all around growing up.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, and also at the store, wise guys used to come into the store, frequent that. You know, we grew up in that area. Everyone knew who the wise guys were. My family was close with two particular ones, Adolfo Bruno and Anthony DeLevo. They were both at the time soldiers. They both became bosses in the area. So they were always in the store. Back in the 80s, they used to hold meetings at my father's store without even my father knowing it. You know, they would just, he had a back room where he would keep the pasta, the olive oil, and Bruno and Skyball and them would come up. They'd have the New York guys come up, Connecticut guys, Boston guys, and a lot of times they would meet in my father's back room. He didn't even know that they were, you know, we were so busy. He was like a Costco before Costco back in the, you know, just putting pallets of, you know, potatoes and onions and stuff right on the floor. So he was just busy working, and these guys would have meetings in the back. And I used to see him come in and wonder who they were at a young age, and, you know, got to know, you know, who they were eventually.
Okay, and I guess you got involved with the mafia guys around 16?
I don't know if I got involved with them around 16. They were always a presence around, like I said, coming into the store. Around 16, I was always getting in trouble. They noticed me at that age, always in trouble, fighting in bars. But actually being with them, I think it was later on in life. I mean, we hung around down the south end of Springfield. So all the Italian clubs were down there. And so we would always be around them our whole lives. And as far as working for them, no, I wasn't working for them or having anything affiliation like that. I was doing, you know, betting games myself, booking games. I got in trouble actually betting, you know, at a young age, 16 years old. I ended up blowing close to 70,000, and there was all kinds of sit downs over that. But I mean, that was just me gambling, you know, betting.
Okay, so at what point did you actually start getting arrested?
15 years old.
Okay, that was for what?
Assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. I ended up being a juvenile delinquent at the time, but then I went back to trial, and the judge, I ended up getting it dismissed. So 15 was when I started getting arrested, you know, for fighting, you know, assault and batteries mostly at a young age, fighting all the time. You know, we had a gang of us. We were you know, mostly Italians down the south end of Springfield. And we just went everywhere and fought other groups. And we were always fighting all the time. And a lot of times I got arrested for that. So that was mostly my younger arrest, 18, 19. I was on probation when I got arrested at 21, you know, what you were saying.
Okay, so I guess you caught a gun charge at 21?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and why were you carrying around a gun at this point?
At that particular time, I used to carry a gun my later teens, but that particular time I was carrying it because we had a beef with another faction of, amongst us Italians, and we were getting word that we, you know, we fought this other faction, we got the better of them, and then we were getting word by one of their friends that they were looking to get us, so I was carrying, you know, a 9mm, you know, just going around living my life, but just in case they did be outside waiting when I come out of a restaurant, I would have shot them. So that's why I was carrying that 9mm. I actually, that group right there, I actually went and ended up shooting one of their animals, you know, just to give them a message. But yeah, that's why I was carrying that gun at the time.
Okay. Now, with that gun charge, did you go to prison over that? Or
I did, yeah.
Okay. How long did you do?
I was on probation, so I violated my probation, and I got 5 years state prison. I was 21, and I got 5 years with a mandatory 1. So you would get the 5 years. Now, if you mess up in prison, you do the whole 5, but if you don't, you can see the parole board after 1 year, which I did. I seen the parole board after a year.
Okay, and you got out after a year?
I got out after a year. We had somebody on the parole board that always was looking out for me, and I had the a 2-to-1 vote all the time to get me out. That time wasn't that he was corrupt; he knew my family, you know. So he was, and he knew other people, but you know, he was just a good guy that knew my father. So when I went up in front of the parole board, he would, it was always 1-1, and then he was to decide and vote, because I had to go in front of him, I think 3 times.
Okay, so then in 1993, there was a home invasion situation. Tell me about that.
So when I got out of jail in 91, I violated again, assault and battery. I ended up getting arrested. I went in front of a judge. The judge happened to be at my wedding, nice guy. My father was friends with him also, and I got the case dismissed, so I'm back out on parole. I went in front of the same parole guy that knew my father. He let me out. So this time we're out, and a friend of mine has a fight with his girlfriend. So I was out talking. I was at the local bar we used to hang around with in Springfield. And I was talking with a girl. He comes in and said he had a fight with her family, her brothers, and all this. And I'm friends with all that whole family today, as we speak. But when we went, I was also friends with the kid that had the fight with his girlfriend. So we all jumped in the car, went to the house, and we just went in with bats and sticks and just beat the people up inside the house. One of them was an off-duty police officer. That was her brother. He was there. And so we got out of there, and I got away with, we took off. We got out of there. The cops came, but they didn't get us. When she didn't end up pressing charges on them. I originally went to get an alibi. This great man that owned the Huki Lao restaurant, Chinese guy. I said, Johnny, you remember I was here the other night? You know, he said, yeah, I remember. He said, yeah, we had a cognac. I was here till about 1 a.m. He says, yeah, I remember. Now, I wasn't there, but he just gave me the alibi. He said, I remember that night. We had 2 cognacs and you ate. But anyways, I had an alibi to get out of it. But we didn't get charged with it right away. About a few months later, he got into another fight with her. That's when the warrants came out, and they arrested about 6 of us, 6 or 7 of us. I was the only one on parole, so I got held without bail, and I had to wait about 9 months. When it came to the trial, they had gotten back together, they got married or whatever, and he ended up pleading guilty. The guy that was beefing with the girl, and he ended up getting 10 years. I got my case now pros, they call it, like a dismissal. So that was that, gotcha. And I got out in 93. At that point.
Okay, so you're basically just getting into various situations, in and out of jail, and then at one point you got approached by Big Al,
right,
who was associated with the Genovese crime family.
He was a made man with them. Yeah,
right, made man with the Genovese. So how did that relationship come together?
So Adolfo Bruno is kind of like cousins with my mother on my mother's side. They have the same aunt, so he always referred to me as my cousin. When I was in prison in 1990 for the gun charge, I was getting letters from Anthony DeLavo's wife telling me that, Anthony wants me to be, not in that way, but I was getting messages that Anthony wanted me to be with him when I come out. Bruno was, like I said, relatives with my mother. He wanted me to be with him. And they were younger guys at the time. This was in the 1990, so they had to be maybe in their 40s, younger soldiers in the family. So Bruno was the first one to approach me in 91 when I got out of prison. He came to my house. But I always knew Bruno my whole life. I known him since my little kid. But to officially approach me to have him be with him on record, he came to my house when I got out of prison in 1991.
Okay.
And that's how I got on record with him.
Got it. And, the Genovese crime family is one of the 5 families from New York. It was originally started by Lucky Luciano. And eventually it was run by Vincent the Chin Gigante. Did you know Chin Gigante at all, or was that before your time?
That was before my. I mean, it wasn't before my time. He was an older man, but I never met him. Guys that were my bosses, Bruno and them guys, had dealings with them. I had dealings with his family, but not Chin directly. But Bruno, Skyball, all those guys had dealings with Fat Tony Salerno, who he had as the front boss. He went away on the commission case. They had direct dealings with Fat Tony, the Chin, and all the other bosses in between.
Okay, so you're not working with Big Al, with the Genovese mafia, but you're not a made man at this point.
No.
So what type of things were you doing as I guess you were an associate, maybe?
You could call it an associate. I did my own thing. I was heavily involved in the marijuana business. When Al approached me, when I went to prison in the 90s, I went as, like I said, 21 years old. I was a young kid, and I was in a state prison with serious criminals. I got around a couple of them. I got very close with them, and I made a lot of connection. Boston's about 1 hour from Springfield. You know, Springfield's about an hour from everybody. It's an hour from Providence, an hour from Boston, an hour from New Haven, an hour from Albany, 2 hours from the city, you know, if you're driving with a heavy foot. So when I met these guys, I made a lot of connections in the marijuana business. Some cocaine, but mostly marijuana. So when Bruno approached me to be with him, I was making big money selling marijuana that had nothing to do with Bruno. For me to be around Bruno when he wanted me to be around him was to get involved with sports gambling, which I was a degenerate gambler, betting the games. But I also booked the games. When I booked the games, I was my best customer, betting my own office. I always would, so when it came to his rackets, my racket was the marijuana business that Bruno had nothing to do with. And he didn't want, he didn't know I was selling them when he came and approached me. Later on, he would hear stories. People would go to him and said that I'm a drug dealer, Anthony's selling drugs, and I would always deny it. But it was marijuana. You know, it was, in Massachusetts, if you got caught with under 50 pounds, it was a misdemeanor. I mean, that's what they classified it as. And you could see today it's legal. So I was heavily involved in that when I was around him, when I first became around him.
Okay, so at one point you started associating with Artie Nigro.
That happened years later, a long time later, right.
Okay, so what led up to you meeting Artie?
So that's like a decade of me with Bruno. So many things going on in my area. I was proposed by Bruno to become a made member a couple of different times. It never mattered to me. A few guys out. He always said that. I didn't weigh heavy into that. I didn't care about getting straightened out. My whole thing was I was just living a great life, making a lot of money.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
And, you know, he says, I'm going to...
You're about to get mudded.
You know, propose me. Go ahead.
Please don't mute me, man.
Select your agent.
Not you.
Oh.
I am both shield and sword.
I mudded this Raise kid.
Raise! Together again, and we're not even breaking the law.
She's obviously bronze, dude. She's just level 200 because she's ass.
Yeah.
I can't use that.
Enemy spotted me. Reloading.
Wait, they took TP.
Spike planted.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
I like the way you work, Bridge. Violento. Me gusta.
So that's all leading up until 96. 96, I end up getting, my house gets raided. I get raided for close to 40 pounds of marijuana and some ammunition. So Bruno, now everybody was telling him that I was in the drug business, marijuana business, but now I get arrested for it. And so that's when he shelved me. He chased me away from that life, banished me basically from. In our era, we had control of everything. All the strip clubs, restaurants, bars. I mean, they were owned by somebody that was affiliated with us or us, in that area. So when he said banished, I was like not allowed to associate with, which was good for me because I didn't go in my area anyways. I went to Connecticut, Boston. I was in New York. I was all over the place. And so I got shelved there for a couple years. When the case came up, the case I ended up beating the case. The case ended up getting dismissed.
I was sharing my screen, and then my FPS just dropped to like 2.
The informant that they had on the case was a rogue informant, and he got caught actually twice after that, selling cocaine and with a gun, 2 different times. So when it came to my case, he was exposed as, a rogue informant.
Tell me when they drop.
And the case ended up getting dismissed. Bruno was in prison. He got out of prison in 1998, right around there, and he sent for me to come see him at his restaurant. He owned Pyramid Restaurant in the south end of Springfield. So my friend Louis comes and says, Bruno wants to see him. He said, you want to come back around me, and you want to be with me, and this and that. And I said, yeah, I don't care. He says, I'll give you 25% of the sports and the loan. I told him I'd do it, but I want 50%. He asked me if I was all done selling the marijuana.
One hookah, and then the other one took TP to A.
Which I wasn't, but I just told him that. And so that's how I ended up coming back around Bruno around the end of 98, right around there. So that's leading up to,
one enemy remaining.
As I started coming around him, Bruno used to send a van full of Christmas tribute. No money, but it was like 50,000 worth of high-end liquors, wines. Like I said, my father was a big wine grape distributor. Bruno used to have guys making wine for him. Hold up gallons of wine,
nice.
Send that all kinds of specialty.
Yeah, and then start tapping. Yeah, start.
So that's
Just
how
go
I started
through.
meeting a lot of captains and the Gigantes family. And them people by bringing the van down on Christmas time. And I started meeting, more guys in the Genovese family. I met a lot of guys throughout all those years in different families in the marijuana business. Made guys, captains in families. But the Genovese family, I really didn't have a lot, other than when I met him with Bruno. Going down.
Okay, and Artie Nigro, he was actually the acting boss of the Genovese crime family. I guess the actual boss was Liberio Barney Belomo, who had been in prison since the 90s. So he was essentially running the organization while the other guy was in prison, right?
They had a lot of different bosses. I mean, Barney, I remember the guys in my area talking when I guess he was like in his late 30s when the Chin put him there. This was back in the 90s. I know that because of the guys in my area talk. Bruno used to come have meetings at my store all the time, and I would hear them talking and how they put this young guy in there. But they had other bosses. They had Frank Serpico. They had other captains that would deal with as street bosses. You really never knew. You had Quiet Dom was there.
Viper Wall is shooting me showers.
Stretch. So you never really knew who their bosses are. I mean, you know the story, how they put Fat Tony up as boss and really was the Chin that was boss. So there's a lot of things that they do that's smart in how they do it. But as far as Artie, there was a different guy there that was a boss. Not Barney. They were using a panel, you would say. There was a boss that was there and that was going to prison for 5 years.
You will not kill my allies.
And he put Artie in that position.
Oh my god, my lag.
That's how Artie ended up getting the... Artie was a soldier.
Last player
and
standing.
even guys in my area never knew that Artie...
Dude, I started lagging like mid-round, I'm sorry.
Because I had the guy that was around Artie, that was the downfall.
What'd you say?
He would, I was hearing everything from him.
Why are you screen sharing?
And captains in their family didn't even know that.
I'm obviously not anymore.
Pat DeLuca was very close with Artie, and I always thought it was going to be Pat was going to get the position because he knew everybody. He was a captain. He was a little bit older. He's been around forever. Very great reputation, and everybody thought that he was going to get that spot. But like I said, the guy that was going to jail for 5 years put Artie there. Now, the other two bosses that were on the panel with them, Mario and Larry, they didn't want Artie as boss.
Come on, guys.
But the other guy pushed and said he wanted him there. And when...
You're behind all of them, Sage.
That's how Artie ended up getting the position.
Last one planted,
so
you're right.
From, a soldier,
One
a
enemy
boss,
remaining.
very
Last one you
without even, with only the top guys that knew it. He said that he wanted to explain it to Pat DeLuca himself because they were close and he just didn't want Pat to hear from somebody else that he got the position. And that's how Artie ended up getting the position.
Well, Artie actually made you a made man in August of 2003.
Right.
Now, I guess he asked you to strip naked to make sure you weren't wearing a wire?
You're not being shown
Yeah, you had your boxers on, your pants, but there was 4 of us that got made that day. And when you went into, it was like a social club inside, New York apartments. And inside this apartment was like a social club setting. And you were told to strip to your boxers and put on a bathrobe.
Okay. What was the ceremony like?
Ceremony, there was captains and Artie was the boss, so he was acting the boss of the Genovese family, and there was captains that were there, gun and a knife on the table. You come out, the gun and knife is there, you sit down, they ask you, why you're there, you say no, I don't know why. But you do know why. And then the ceremonies,
he's right there, Reese. He's right there. He's right on you. He's right here.
Take an oath to, the family comes first before anything. If they have anything in life comes second. Families first.
Last player standing.
Close right.
You burn a tissue in your hand and you repeat after the boss. He asks you if you use the gun and the knife, which your break your trigger finger. He
You
pricks
could
the
tap,
trigger
you could
finger,
tap.
Puts the blood on the. He burns
He's really
it,
far. Oh no, he
and,
probably got light
and
ups.
you repeat after him. It's a 10-minute process. Very quick. Got off.
Last one missed.
Kiss on the cheek. Hello, friend.
Nice try, nice try.
And now you're part of the mafia. Part of that family.
Okay, so now you're a made man
They want to
in the
dance?
Genovese mafia.
I'll lead.
And at one point, Artie sends you on a mission to deal with a guy named Frank the Dabo.
Yes.
So what was the issue with Frank?
Frank and Artie. So now at this time, again, I was around Bruno, like I said, proposed by him. New York really didn't know nothing about me. When I was back, and I was shelved from 96 to 98. So when I started going down to New York, I was meeting with these captains.
Viper
We used to
Walde.
go down there once a week, sometimes twice a week. We'd always have dinners at nice restaurants. And I would meet these other captains. And they always thought that I was Bruno's nephew, that he just had me around for the ride, that they never knew anything about me, that what I had going on back in my area. They didn't know any of, I had all the, the rackets or my reputation or anything like that. So when I started going down to New York, there was these other two guys that were from the past bosses before Bruno ended up the boss in my area. Okay, Bruno ended up having the position as boss, but the bosses prior to him in the Massachusetts area of the Genovese family had these other two guys that they wanted to make. Joey and Reno were supposed to get made. They were proposed, and they were going to get made under Bab and Anthony DeLavo. Those were bosses in my area. So when Bruno takes over, Bruno mentions that he wants,
Sage,
me,
what are you doing? Okay.
proposed also with them. So it would have been the three
Jesus,
of
they
us,
all took TP.
which was okay with me because I didn't really ever think about getting made. He told me that in the 90s. I took it with a grain of salt. Like, I never paid any attention to it, but he put me on with those guys, with those two. So now, Artie had this guy around him that they put me with. Artie put me with this guy. I first met him in New York. His name was John Bologna. They had us go collect the debt in New Haven. I think it was 27 or 37,000 from a guy that had a scrap metal yard. So I met John and we went and got the money from the guy. And then ever since then, he became a messenger for Artie and a liaison for in between Springfield and New York. And that was the worst thing that could have happened for all of us. So now,
Blocking vision.
when this guy starts coming up, he starts seeing what's going on in the area. He starts seeing the control that we have in the area, the crew that we have, all the businesses, all the strip clubs, all the restaurants, all the guys, the social clubs. He's seen everything. Bruno had him up at his house on Sunday dinners, and he was up every single weekend after that. So he started to really get to know of, like my crew, what I was involved in. I had nightclubs and restaurants and all the street stuff, and I had the biggest crew. And it was like he started to get that and bring that back to New York. So when that started going back down to captains and bosses, like I said, because Artie wasn't
Last
boss
player
at that time, he
standing.
became the boss. I think it was something like 03, maybe late 02, right around that. So when I was going down there, they started recognizing me more. That's when Artie becomes acting boss, and that's
Wait,
when
did
he
I
wants
stop
to
defusing?
have me direct with him.
No.
And that's when the thing with Frank the Dabo comes
Oh.
up. Frank was a union guy. It was a union beef between.
Does anyone
the
want this
Lucchese
deal? I have a
family and the
Phantom now.
Genovese family. Artie
Reyna,
was
do you want
friends
it?
with this guy Frank. They had some type of beef, and Artie wanted him dead. That was a way for me, the kid Joey and Reno, to get made, and Artie was going to have us made. I think probably them two, because I got made in New York. Probably those two would have got made in New York also. Maybe, I don't know,
Walde
I'm
again.
guessing about that. But what happened was, when it came time to go shoot this guy, the guy Joey and Reno didn't come. Joey told him to take me off the list. He didn't want to get made anymore, which
Spike planted.
that was very you could have gotten a lot of trouble for that. You get killed.
Bro,
over
what
that
was that
for,
nade, Breeze?
being on a list and then refusing to go on a date when the boss tells you to. But anyways, it didn't matter to me because I have my other 2 friends that went on the hit with me, and we got it done. You know, we went to New York and shot the guy, and that's how I ended up getting made with Artie, you know, by doing that hit right there. That hit happened like in April of 03,
Satchel out.
and I got made in August of 03. So because of that hit is how I ended up getting made. And my 2 friends that were with me were Greek, so they couldn't get made in the Italian Mafia, you know, by doing that hit right there. That hit happened like in April of 03, and I got made in August of 03. So because of that hit is how I ended up getting made. And my 2 friends that were with me were Greek, so they couldn't get made in the Italian Mafia, which they didn't care about that anyways. None of us really cared about that, but they always pushed me to, oh yeah, get your button and all that. So, you know, that's
Can we
how I
have
ended
someone
up
set up
getting
here,
my,
please? Because they just keep on just running up here and then
Okay, well, you
planting,
go
and then we
and
lose
shoot
the round.
65-year-old Frank the Davo, but you didn't actually kill him.
Like right
Which is a
here.
miracle.
Play,
I
just
don't know
play
how he
U-Haul.
didn't
Just
die.
play U-Haul because
Thank God he didn't die.
Okay, how did the shooting actually take place?
yeah, it looks like they're
So
going
we
B
went
now.
down on a dry run. You know, we had to drive all the way to Springfield to New York. It's about a 2.5-hour ride if you drive the street.
Off your feet!
And the first time we go down, you know, they told me where he
Spike
parks
down,
his
B.
car, where he lives, and everything. So the first time we go down, we leave around. He comes out of his apartment every day at 6.
No.
So we get there around 5:30, and we post up. And we didn't even post up. We just happened to be driving by.
Dude,
right
you knocked
around
him up in
6,
U-Haul.
and here he comes, right out of his apartment. I mean, if we had guns on us right there, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better. I mean, it was just by chance. So the next day we go back, we get the guns. We had guns with silencers. And that's a risk right there because guys with our records like we would have got 20 years if we got pulled over on the way down with the silencers. So we end up going down to New York. We park the car right on the street where he comes out. And I tell my guys, put the guns underneath the car just in case a cop pulls up. What are you guys doing? It was like 5 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. Our story was we're waiting for some girls. We met some girls and we're gonna be waiting for them to pull us and meet them on the street. But I kept the guns underneath the car just in case they pull us out of the cell. But this time he doesn't come out. We wait there all day, all day, all till like 7. He doesn't come out of the house. Now we gotta drive all the way back to Springfield.
Yeah, nice.
This time that we go 2 days later, I think it was, and I tell Freddie to go down and get a hotel room with the guns. Then me and Ty drove down the next day with a different car. And there was a lot of planning involved. We had to get a car. We had to get plates for that car with different plates and magnets on them that we had to steal. We had to have, we had a spot where we were going to get rid of the gloves and the guns and.
Yeah, Breach, play U-Haul
As soon as we did
play
this,
around there.
we had a spot where we were going to pull everything off and throw it into this marsh over a bridge. So that day we post up. Me, this time, Freddie's the driver.
Okay, yeah.
and
Play a bit back,
he parks
yeah,
down
for
the
the night.
street.
Good
Me
job.
and Ty sit on the bench. And diagonally is where the guy's got to come out of the house. So we're sitting there, and we all ball busted each other. Ty took a piss in where we had the guns over by. There was a little wooded part on this
Spike down B.
area, so we kept the guns right in the wooded part.
Kill my
And Ty had to go take a piss, and he's coming back, and and just to lighten up the mood, I busted his balls. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "You just pissed. We're gonna kill a guy, and you left your DNA all over the crime scene."
TB.
I mean, it wasn't a crime scene.
Oh wait, that
but
might be fake because
it
one
was
went
still
through.
like 100 feet away, 150 feet away.
Wait, just wait there. Just
where
wait
his
there.
car
Wait there.
was. That's
Wait
where
there.
we were gonna shoot him.
No, wait
so
there.
he was like, "Are you
It
serious?"
was 2. I heard 2.
I was only busting his balls. But as we're talking about that, the guy Frank comes out of his house. I said, "Oh, there
Yeah, it
he
was a
is.
fake.
Let's go." So we went over to the thing, picked up the guns, and just started walking down the sidewalk. And as soon as he got into his car, we approached the car and just started shooting
Listen for
through
plan. Listen for plan.
the driver's side door. That's why I said it's a miracle he's alive, because he was in the car when we shot him. Like, he's sitting like this, and the window's here, and the shots are coming through the car. I mean, it's not. They're not hitting him in their foot. He's getting hit from his chest up,
Spike
the neck,
planted.
head. So thank God he survived.
Oh, dude, my Wi-Fi
Well,
just
he
died.
survives. He doesn't actually go to the police either.
Can someone ping bomb? Someone ping bomb.
And I guess when the boss Nigel finds out about it, I guess he
Dude,
told
what?
you need to get better at headshots.
He was elbow?
Yeah, well, he
Yeah, I don't know.
We should get better
I
at giving you
should've
better
shot
guns.
him.
He's the one who gave me the guns that didn't kill him, you know? But anyways, yeah, he said that. I went down to New York and he asked me if I used the
Can you
guns
buy
he
me?
gave me.
Can I get a
You
drop?
know, the silencers. I said, yeah. He said, did you leave them
Dude,
there?
you can buy yourself, bro.
Did you pick up the? I think he asked me if I pick up the bullets. How are we gonna pick up the bullet casings? You know.
Thank you.
But he said, did you get rid of the
Sage,
guns?
this is
I
last
said, yeah.
round before switch.
Get rid of the guns. But we use those goods. You know, guns to.
You're buying a ghost on the
guns
last
that he
round.
gave us. He actually gave them to Bruno.
Buy a phantom.
How are you?
I already gave those guns to Bruno when I used to go down there with Bruno.
Hey man,
but I kept them
just chill out,
with me.
just chill out. But like, it's
Bruno
kind
had
of.
me keep them. How I had the guns. And yeah, he said it. He goes, yeah, you got to get
Not
better
to
at
be toxic.
headshots. I mean, the guy was sitting in the car. Every shot was, you know, from his chest up.
Well, was that the first time you shot somebody?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought you killed him.
Spike
So how did it
planted.
feel to potentially kill somebody?
Reloading.
You know, there was no recognition as far as like if I hated the guy, you know, I didn't know the guy. So, you know, we go to New York and we shoot this guy. We think we kill him, and now we come back to Springfield and, you know, usually you get a name for doing something like
One
that on
enemy
the streets.
remaining.
That's like, oh, these guys just killed some guy. You know, you get but no one, we can't tell anybody. No one's gonna know about this. So you're not gonna get a name for that because we shot some guy we don't even know in New York. And, you know, if it was somebody that did something to me in my area and I killed them, I would feel better because at least I got, you know, the guy did something to me and I killed somebody that did somebody that did something to me. But this guy, I didn't know him. I mean, it's not that I felt bad or anything. It's just I didn't know the guy, and it was like just we did it for. I guess I got made because of that, which that's why. But yeah. I mean, I didn't feel anything either way.
Okay. Well, you get made in 2003, right? And you know, originally you were with Bruno, but then I guess after you were made,
right?
You know, your new boss, Nigro, actually ordered the murder of Bruno.
Right.
And then on November 23rd, 2003, he was shot multiple times.
Right.
In a parking lot outside the Society of Our Lady of Mount.
Oh, that sucks. You can still use it though. You can still use it.
Were you involved in that or no?
A.
Killing Bruno?
Yeah.
That's a one-way.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I was involved, not like they say I was involved. I was around Bruno, and like, I started getting noticed by New York. That's when Artie wanted me with him directly. That's how I got made. That's why he had me shoot the guy. So when I ended up getting made with Artie didn't want to have me.
Last player standing.
They didn't. Other captains and Artie didn't want to have me. Heat on me. They wanted me to be under the radar. They didn't want me to have anybody in my area know that I was a made guy because it attracts law enforcement. You have a target on you. Once you're a made guy, you're the leader of the crew. So if I had all the power in my area, I got made directly with a boss in New York. That alone puts me as the target because now I'm the target. I have the most power. But we know that I have the most power. We don't have to tell everybody that. So what we're gonna do is, they were gonna take Bruno, take him down, make him a soldier. They were gonna get this other guy, Felix, put him up as a captain. The only reason they were doing that was because they wanted the greed and control of our area. See, prior to Artie coming over, becoming boss, everything ran smoothly. Our area was unbelievable. Guys used to come in from Boston, New York, other parts of the country, and want to move in our area because we got treated so well. We owned all the businesses, all the nightclubs, restaurants. There was so many. So we got treated red card treatment every time we went into these places. So when we brought people in, they saw the way we were treated.
Spike down B.
And
one enemy remaining.
We had everything in our area that was really nice. When Artie took over, he had this guy that he brought up, like I said, John Bologna, and the two of them wanted to take that area. You know, there was a guy that was around the made guy in our area. They took his guys. He was partners in a strip club. They wanted to go and shake down his partner. This guy's a made guy. He put in work, killed people, been a soldier his whole life. and you're gonna go take a guy away from him that's his partner in actual legitimate business. And that's what they started doing. So, you know, I got made, so then again, I got made with Artie. That was what their goal was. They wanted to, you know, have me direct with them. I would have got the power, but their whole mission was to take our area and siphon it where it was going to New York. They started doing a big thing with extortions. You know, they were shaking down, they were grabbing like 50,000 a month. Bruno was giving them 12 of it. That never happened before. No money ever went to New York. Like I said, Bruno sent tribute 50,000 in a van with cognacs and wines and all kinds of cigars and foods, you know, meats, but no money. We had our own area, and it was nice. And that when Artie became boss, that was the plan. Bruno wasn't gonna get killed. So when you asked me,
dude,
Bruno
my
was
ping.
gonna get
Why do I just lag out
killed,
like that?
that was part of it. He wasn't gonna get killed. He was just gonna get taken down from his position, which was boss in our area of the Western Mass Genovese family, to a soldier. And that was all that was gonna happen. I think if
No,
they
it's
had
not my
Pat
frames,
DeLuca
it's
there
my Wi-Fi.
instead of Artie as boss, Bruno would have never got killed. Bruno ends up getting killed. I could tell you what happened with that if that's how, you know, I mean, he was, there was another crew that got arrested in 2000, and they were going to get sentenced 2003. Now, Bruno's the boss of the area. When one of the kids, Emilio Fusco, goes to get sentenced, he was going to get 2.5 years. Instead, he got 3.5 years. The reason he got 3.5 is because a report came out that said he's a made guy. He denied he was a made guy. He was a made guy. He denied he was a made guy. He gets the report, and in the report, it's got, you know, Bruno talking to an FBI agent, telling the FBI agent that this guy, Emilio Fusco, was a made guy. Telling them how many active made guys we got in our area. Telling them other business about other guys from New York, and it's all into this report. When this kid Emilio gets the report, he gets into a beef with Bruno. They have an argument, a yelling match at each other. Now, Bruno's the boss and Emilio's the soldier. I happen to get made at this time. So I'm, you know, and Bruno doesn't know. Bruno doesn't know I'm made. He has suspicions, but we never told him. So when Emilio gets his paper, he goes to Felix. Felix calls the guy John that was around Artie. Artie sends for Felix and the paperwork. Felix goes down with the paperwork and shows Artie the paper of Bruno talking to an FBI agent. Now, if you ask any guy that was part of that life and you tell him that story, prior to 2000, and I don't know if they don't kill anybody no more, but prior, back in the day, everyone will tell you that that's a death sentence for Bruno. Every single guy, 100 out of 100 guys that know about that life, once that paper surfaced, will tell you Bruno did that. And that's what happened. So they give the order to Felix kill Bruno. Felix come back from New York. He meets with us, me and Emilio, a couple of other guys. And I asked him what happened. He says, they said they killed him.
One enemy remaining.
They told Felix to kill him, but Felix said we. They told us to kill him, like we. But Felix doesn't know that. I don't, you know, Felix does know. Felix knew I was made, but Felix don't tell me what to do. They told Felix to kill Bruno, not me. So that's how it transpired for Bruno, the hit on Bruno to go down.
If I act superior.
That has nothing to do with me. The reason Bruno got hit was I was already a made guy. I didn't need to take his position. I already was made. I was already direct with the boss. I already told you what they were going to do. They were going to take him down and put him as a soldier and not kill him, which would have been a big punishment to Bruno. I don't think his ego would have been able to take that. So, I mean, so that's all that was going to happen. When this paper comes out of Bruno talking to the agent, that's when John Bologna and Artie used that, especially John Bologna. They used that as the tool to kill Bruno and get rid of him. And they gave the order to Felix. Felix wasn't capable of killing. He didn't have a crew around him that could kill. And he couldn't get it done. So I got sent for in New York, and that's when Artie asked me to get involved on the hit. Now, I'm not even supposed to know about the hit. Artie asked me, he was telling it to me for the first time. But I already know about it, and so does John Bologna. John Bologna wasn't a
One
millionaire.
enemy remaining.
He was not even, we were told he was an informant. So John Bologna knows about this hit. That's number one. And so when I went down to Artie, he asked me, do you know what's going on? I pretended I was dumb. I didn't know what was going on. You know, but Felix told me. Felix wasn't supposed to tell me. I mean, when you get told to kill somebody, the last thing you want to do is, I mean, the people you're going to go kill with, yeah, you're going to get your crew, or if you're going to go alone, you're not going to tell nobody. So why would he tell me? He told me because he knew he couldn't get it done with his guys, and that's how he ended up getting involved with the Bruno murder.
Oh, okay. So here you are, a made man with the Genovese, and you're doing various things for them. I guess at one point you got charged both federally and state with loan sharking, gambling, and you got like 3.5 years in prison.
I had 3 cases. Now, I got it. Well, this is after Bruno got killed. 2 days later, I got arrested. So I got charged in a state. That was a state racketeering case, you know, with sports gambling, loan sharking, numbers, all that stuff. Then I got out on bail. They put me on. Now they put me on a bail, and they put me on a curfew from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I had to be home after 6 p.m. So they were really, and that's when they started watching me 24/7. You know, they started to watch me, you know, because there was other violence that happened prior to Bruno getting killed. There was, so they were starting to really watch me. And so I got out. I had a bail and a curfew. Come 2005, the feds indicted me. So that was for money laundering, interstate commerce, sports gambling.
I may have jammed my fingers.
I got bailed for that.
Multiple.
That was in February of 05. And then I got indicted again in April of 05 for another state racketeering case. So I had 3 open cases, all racketeering cases going on at once. Those are the 3 that I had going on in 05. You know, I ended up pleading guilty. I got 3 to 3.5 in the state, and I got 29 months in the Fed. Now that just goes to show you there was no violence on those indictments. So I had 3 of them. The money that was involved were in the multi-millions. I mean, I had 3 different cases going on. I pled guilty to a $2 million sports gambling, hundreds of thousands on the street, number business, huge number business. And out of 3 cases, I got only 3 to 3.5 years on a plea deal. I had the greatest lawyer in my area. He's the best lawyer. Vinny Banchoni was the best. So, you know, I had a great attorney that was behind me. But I got 3 to 3.5 in the state and 29 months in the feds. So I go to do my time for that right there.
Okay, and I guess while you're doing time in prison, the boss of the family, Nigro, gets indicted for extortion.
Right. And so do I. Not with him, though. I get indicted, too. In another case.
Spike down B.
Okay. I'm trying to just kind of figure out the timeline of all this.
So 2007, when I'm doing my timeline, I get indicted for another extortion case for shaking down the vending business. That case I went to trial for and beat. I got found not guilty. Me, Freddie, and Ty.
Maybe I should call you Kwasia because you
Got
follow.
Got it. So you get back out, and do you get made a captain at some point?
When you say I get back out after the 05 to 08?
Yeah.
Well, the reason, like I said, I got indicted in 07. I had to go to trial, beat that case. Once I got found not guilty of that, I had to go in front of the parole board again. They gave it to me, and I got out in 08. As far as the captain, I was the boss in my area. Okay, it was a captain in the family. But yeah, that's the position I had. When I got made with Artie, I had all the power. I had all the which I didn't need that. It wasn't like I needed it. No, all my rackets were mine, all my stuff. It was just that they wanted Felix as the guy in the area to have that recognition. So when all the heat came, You know, I had guys come up to me, made guys, and say, Anthony, who do we come see if there's a problem, me or you or Felix? I go, see whoever you want. You know, they wanted to have me commit because a lot of them were informants. They were just trying to get it so they could tell, you know, who the actual guy was in our area to find out. And that's why he did it, to protect me from law enforcement scrutiny.
Spike down B.
Well, at one point, Gary Westerman gets killed. What was the story with that?
Defenders win.
I mean, that guy, he was gonna get killed like 3 different times. Yes, he finally did get killed. We were actually gonna kill him in '96. Freddie had a case with him. And when we went to go kill him, my friend Louis knocked on the door, his girlfriend was there, so we had to call it off. Freddie ended up doing some prison time over that. Him and Gary did some prison time. Then they got out of prison around 2001. Gary starts dating my wife at the time, sister. She was on drugs. She was a mess at the time. So Gary was selling drugs, giving her drugs. He was 30 years older than her. And I told him, I said, Gary, find another girl. Stay away from her. He said he was gonna. And then my mother-in-law and father-in-law both are immigrants from Italy. So they speak broken English. They own a specialty store with Italian meats and olive oils. Sausage was their specialty. They have the best sausage in the area. They're busting my balls. This guy's 30 years older than my daughter. What are you gonna do about it? You know, this guy's giving her drugs. What are you gonna do about it? I said, I'm gonna talk to him. I go talk to him again. Gary, go pick another girl. I'm gone.
Oh, Jet, I remember being so young.
It's good that she'll die before feeling old like me.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike down mid.
The enemy fears you, Reyna. You can use that.
They're busting my balls. This guy's 30 years older than my daughter. What are you gonna do about it? You know, this guy's giving her drugs. What are you gonna do about it? I said, I'm gonna talk to him. I go talk to him again. Gary, go pick another girl. I'm gonna, I promise I'm gonna. Now, at the time, my car had a listening device in it. I was driving an Expedition, and the feds put a bug in it. They were listening to me. And I actually pull up to him at a strip club, and I said, Gary, it's on tape. I said, Gary, will you stop, go get another girlfriend? He goes, and it's got him saying on tape, I'm gonna. So when I went to my mother-in-law's store, that was a place where it was a hangout for me. It was a place where I met people. It was it had an upstairs. You could look outside and see it was in Italian, south end of Springfield. The Italian club was across the street, the Italian coffee. It was a nice spot. So when I used to go there, Joe was my father-in-law, and he says, this guy, again, busting my balls. He won't stop dating my daughter. What does that say about you? He's got no respect for you. And, you know, he's pointing it at me like that now. My mother-in-law is like, Anthony, this guy, you know, they're basically asking me to hurt the guy. So that's when I had my friend Michael was in the store that day. I said, Michael, do me a favor, drive me. I'm gonna shoot this kid tonight. So we set it up. I had Freddie take him to dinner, and me and Michael waited outside. I said, Freddie, beat me when you're 10 minutes away from eating, when you're wanting to walk out the door. I said, then I'll pull up, Michael, pull up, I'll get out, and I'll shoot Gary. So we did all that. I beeped him, he beeps me, so we get ready. But what happened when we were parked on the side, it was a big restaurant. We didn't see Gary drove a Porsche. The Porsche was parked here. The parking lot's over here. So we figured they have to walk this way for sure. But what happens is they walk short and they get into the Porsche. So by the time we pulled up, they were in the car. I would have had to shoot in the car and maybe hit Freddie at the same time. So we had to call that one
30
off.
seconds left.
Then eventually they welcomed my mother-in-law welcomes back him. They go out to dinner, so they start dating and they end up getting married. So I just washed my hands with the whole situation. You know, I didn't want the guy around me, you know, that close to me, being with me, but, you know, they ended up getting married. But then we find out the guy's an informant. We had and it turns out he definitely was an informant. And he was an informant, and we just set together a plan and we ended up killing him.
Okay, and you were involved in that murder yourself?
Yes.
Okay, was that the first person you killed?
Yes.
How did it feel to actually kill someone you had some level of relationship with?
It didn't feel nothing either way. Saying I just, you know, lived my life, went home. They knew right away in my house that, because, you know, don't forget, my wife's sister was married to him at this point. So when I got home that night, right away, he didn't come home.
One enemy remaining.
You know, she knew right away, the sister knew right away that something happened to him. So she's calling and I hear my wife in the other room saying, well, maybe he just went out somewhere and this and that, and I know he's dead. And, you know, and then she comes in and she says, you know, Gary didn't come home last night. I hope you didn't do anything, you know. And I just told her to get away from me, and she hopes I didn't do anything. Her mother and father were begging me for months to do something, you know. But that's not why he ended up getting killed. But yeah, it didn't affect me, if that's what you're asking. I feel bad for the family. You know, he had a daughter and family members. I feel bad for them, and you know, in all of our lives, that's the life we pick. You know, we get killed. The family's the ones that suffer. So yeah, that aspect I feel for the family.
Well, then in 2010, you were arrested and charged for the murder of Bruno and Westerman,
yes,
as well as some other crimes. And I guess because of all these charges, you were either facing life in prison or even the death penalty.
Correct.
And at that point, you began cooperating with the feds.
Correct.
How hard of a decision was that? I mean, you take this oath, you know, your whole life, you're hearing about people talking about rats and you know, people are getting killed over being informants and everything else like that. What led you to actually cooperate?
It's a very hard decision. And, you know, it's something that's not easy. You have to see what was going on prior to that. For you to make a decision, and
Last player
everybody
standing.
that's in that position,
Spike down A.
you know, you have a death penalty case, and it comes to a point where you have to say, what's more important, your little kids, your family, or the mafia? And then when you see how the things transpired with, you know, the death penalty case, when you see how things came to the way they did with
I know
this
what
guy John
must be
Bologna
done.
coming up, causing havoc in our area, reporting back to Artie, and for them to do the things that they did. When we were told by the boss, I was in the Bronx, and I was told that sitting in the car with Artie, the acting boss of the Gambinos, sees John Bologna in the car. And he says, what's JB doing here? He's no good, he's an informant. Now, JB knows about stuff that can give me the rest of my life in prison. A murder, a shooting, all kinds of extortions. They wanted to shake down our whole area. I asked him, would you do that in your area? He said, no, I get 30 years. I said, why would you want us to do it in my area? So, I was in Connecticut with the patriarchal family. Same thing, they come up to us and they say, this guy John that comes up to your area, he's an informant. That's two. That's a captain in the patriarchal family, a boss in the Gambinos, and then we had a faction in our area that was Genovese family, but in our area, that had inside information that was told that this John Bologna was no good. I approached Artie to clip him, you know, have the guy come up, you'll never see him again. I said the guy knows a lot. First, he downplayed it with the Gambino guy. He said they're just jealous that the guy's around me. And then he said that's good to know. You know, meaning like if we want to get rid of him, that's good to know that we would kill him. After that, he never sent them up. John never came up to the Springfield area other than us meeting him in Albany or way up in Connecticut, and Artie was with him. Always present, but he never came up. And I think the reason that he did that, Vlad, was because I never got permission to kill my brother-in-law. While we killed my brother-in-law, we were trying to kill some other people at the same time. One Artie knew about. Artie gave the okay to kill another guy. But when Bruno's paper come up, we ended up clipping Bruno. But before we clipped Bruno, we clipped my brother-in-law. And when we clipped him, Artie didn't give permission for that. I did that on my own. So Artie knew that we were wild and clipped this guy. He asked me, what happened to your brother? I said, he took off to Florida. I think he went with another girl. He left my wife's sister. So I think he thought that we would clip John on our own. And I think that was, you know, a big mistake by him by putting, you know, made guys together with a guy that was, we were told, that was an informant. When you see the things that happen with, like, the Whitey, we call them Whitey Bulgers, Greg Scarpa with the Colombo family. When you see these guys that are, you know, bosses that are informants for years, and it finally comes out, that's what you see, you think is happening today with what happens is, you know, you're thinking that this guy could be, if he's allowing this guy to be an informant, this could be another Whitey Bulger thing. You know, because that's what they do today. Instead of them being the informants, they put somebody else up to do the dirty work, to go tell the, you know, Fed stuff and this.
Okay, so at one point during the trial, Bruno's son actually makes a statement to the court. And he said, this guy, I grew up with him. I knew him like the back of my hand. Your middle name shouldn't be Jude. It should be Judas. You ran to the government right away because you knew you were dead in the water. You became a rat, something you knew my father wasn't.
Right. Well, he's saying that because I was, in my area, I was around Bruno. And, you know, I ended up being made in New York, but his father, he doesn't want to come to terms with...
Reloading.
First of all, him himself is an informant. He's always been no good, you know, that type of a guy. But his father, what his father did, he doesn't want to get it through his head that his father spoke to the FBI, and a 302 report came out that his father told the FBI information. When the boss, I'm not the boss of the Genovese family, okay? I didn't order his death. When they brought that paper to New York, the Genovese family bosses ordered his death. Okay, and that's why his father's dead. There's kind of like, I'm a little bit older than the kid that you're talking about, Bruno's son, and there was always like a little rivalry. The father always had me around. The father always, if there was somebody to go hit someone or go break someone's head, and it was always send me and my crew, you know, me and my guys, never his son. And when they talked about proposing and making a guy a made guy, it was always me he was talking about. So there was a lot of envy with him. You know, I wrote him letters from prison and try to, you know, tell him if you ever, you know, I get it was his father. And, you know, like I said, that's who suffers. The family suffers when we get killed. But, yeah, I mean, that's the fact of the story of why his father was dead.
Well, Artie Nigro ends up getting sentenced to life in prison.
Yes.
In 2011. First part in the Bruno murder. The feds labeled you as one of the best mafia informants ever. How many people did you end up, you know, based on your testimony, ended up going to prison?
4.
4 people.
Out of the thousands that I did business since the 80s up until 2010, 4 people.
How did you feel knowing that your testimony put these 4 people away?
So that's the hard decision. I'll tell you the truth, it was Mass and New York. I'm from Mass. I got made in New York. I didn't like what Artie did, putting this guy John Bologna with us in Mass. So my position as me being a leader in my area is to look out for my family. And that's what I try to do. When I was locked up, I had all the evidence come to me. My lawyers came. I had John Mitchell from New York that represented, you know, he's a big-time attorney. I had my lawyer in my area, but then I had John Mitchell. John Mitchell comes up to me and says, well, first my lawyer comes up to me and says, Felix is gonna cooperate. So, and this guy, Ray Ruggiero, he was a captain in the Genovese family. He's another guy that knows about the murder. We were in New York, he said, when are you gonna kill this guy? So he's cooperating. So now we got 4 guys with a direct murder that puts us in a direct murder, okay? So then John Mitchell comes up and sees me and says, first words out of his mouth is, New York is worried sick, that Artie flipped. Artie was in prison being locked up on that case that you were talking about, and they were worried that he flipped, that he was no longer in the system. He wasn't in the, they couldn't find him in the system. So my thing was, you know, they're worried sick, I'm second on the indictment, you know, so what should I be? You know, so I had to make a decision. I had to make some sort of decision where I could live with it. And my decision was look out for my guys in my area. Send word to them before I even made a decision. Tell them what I'm thinking and what I want to do and what they have against us. And let them make a decision for themselves and let them know what I'm going to do.
Well, because of your cooperation, you got sentenced to 99 months.
1 enemy remaining. Last
Now,
player
with time
standing.
served, they gave you an additional 4 years.
Yeah.
You will not kill my allies.
And I guess you also had a $2 million forfeiture as part of the sentencing, which is pretty low considering that you were facing life or even the death penalty.
Pretty low sentence?
Last round
Yeah, I mean,
before the
compared to
switch.
life.
We cannot
Yeah.
keep our goods after this.
Well,
Spend
yeah,
all.
that was a low sentence.
Now, when you're in prison, are you hearing that there's a price on your head or a hit or anything of that sort?
No.
Isn't that standard practice for people who cooperate against the mafia?
I mean, I guess I just didn't hear it. I mean, I didn't hear anything like that.
Now,
You fought
you
well.
end up getting out what year?
2017. April.
How much total time did you serve when you walked out of prison?
From February
Spike down
of 2010 till April of 2017.
7 years. Now, when you get out, were you in witness protection at all?
No.
Did they offer it to you?
Yep.
Last player standing.
And why'd you turn it down?
1 enemy remaining.
I just never wanted it. I said from day one, my plan was, my decision was for me and my guys to follow suit, and I was coming back to my area from day one. I told them that. That was always my plan.
One of the things you said was that you joined the mafia and chose the Genovese family over your own flesh and blood. Do you regret the decision of joining the mafia?
100% I regret it.
Switching sides.
100% I regret it. If I could go back, I don't regret my life prior to all of that. You know, the two things I always say is the violence and getting made into the mafia. Those were the two things I would change. But as far as living on the street, like I said, growing up, I was in the marijuana business, which is legitimate, legal today. They're legalizing it everywhere. And the money that I made selling marijuana is, you know, I mean, you couldn't live a nicer life than what I was living. You know, I made my first million. I got out of prison in '93 when I was telling you that, and I was a millionaire that I could actually look at it by '97. I mean, the money that was involved in that was just, you know, so I didn't need, so I would just not get made and not get involved with get made in the violence. The murder.
Well, Artie Nigro gets life in prison. In 2015, he tried to file an appeal. That didn't work out. And then on April 24th, 2019, he actually dies in prison at the age of 74. Did you feel some type of way when you heard about his passing?
No.
After you've gotten out, had you ever run into anybody from your former life?
All the time.
Reloading.
Okay. Anyone who was still active?
Yep.
And what happened during those situations?
Last player standing.
Well, in my area, I mean, I interact with active guys all the time. I've been down to the Italian social club where we killed Bruno, where Bruno got killed. I've been down there a dozen times. I've been all to the, you know, all the clubs that I used to frequent back in the day, strip clubs. And I live in my house I grew up with. I'm gonna bump into, you know, grocery stores or wherever. I see people all the time.
And there's never any altercations or anything of that sort?
No.
And why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't think that people care about that life as much as people think they do.
Now, when you look at the mafia in 2021, even though you're no longer involved in it, is it a lot different now than it was back then?
It's a lot different. I think that everybody said, you know, like when they were saying that mafia is dead, I don't think it's ever going to be dead, and I think it's going to be even bigger than what it was. It's just going to be different. It's going to be, the rackets on the street aren't the same.
One enemy
Okay,
remaining.
so sports is getting legalized everywhere. The loan shark is a hard business. You're gonna have a little bit of loan sharks here and there, but that's not gonna feed a family, mafia family. So they're gonna get, they're gonna adapt. Drugs is the main, you know, source of business, but they're not gonna get, you know,
What
involved
will it
with,
be this time?
you know, them
Have any
hardcore
patterns
drugs that give you a lot of
emerged?
time. So I think they're gonna stay with more legitimate, which is what I wanted to do in my area. Focus on the legitimate industries, you know, put the garbage, the wholesale foods, anything that services, you know, the construction, unions you're always going to have interactions with. And, you know, I don't think the violence is going to be there, and I think that's why they're going to get bigger. They're going to make more money, and that's why it's organized crime.
Well, I mean, it's quite a story. It's quite a story. And, you know, over the years, I've interviewed a lot of ex-mafia guys like yourself. And the one thing that I always hear over and over again is that essentially everyone cooperates.
One enemy
or
remaining.
people that don't cooperate end up getting
down
life
A.
in prison or something of that sort. It doesn't seem like anyone really rides off into the sunset with, you know,
place
$1
is
billion
nice,
in
but
their
not
bank
nice enough to
account
die in.
and gets to
Let's
live the
win and
life.
get out of here.
It always seems like, you know, with all the murders and all the violence that occurs, at some point somebody's going to turn, especially with the RICO laws the way they are. They don't want to do their 20 years. They'll end up turning, and everyone else gets caught up. And ultimately, you just don't see a win in this whole thing. And although it gets glamorized in movies like Goodfellas and Casino and so forth, and see the Italian Mafia is the best marketed organization, best marketed criminal organization of all time. But the reality of it is very, very different.
Absolutely. And the streets are loaded with informants. You know, you're asking me, would anybody say anything to me? I mean, my whole area is infested with informants, and I know New York is too. The guys, like I said, when this guy came up to our area, the Genovese family's still intact in New York. In our area, it's wiped out. It's done.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, so that's what Artie
Spike
accomplished. When you
down
said,
B.
did I feel anything for Artie? Artie brought this guy around that destroyed our area. There's nothing. And the guys that do exist, the guys that own the strip clubs, they're all informants. I mean, it's on public record, they're informants. The guys that own all the strip clubs, even the ones in New York, Hustler, they're informants. That was part of my case with on my indictment. I mean, the list that I saw, that I had actually seen, was over 100 that went to the grand jury, that testified at the grand jury, that if they needed to call them, that they were going to call them. I mean, the streets are flooded with informants in my area. They're infested with them. And they're the ones that have, prominent places of business. There's no active guys in my area as far as there's made guys. There's really only one older guy that's made that's really a good guy. The rest of them, every single one of them, even the ones that went to prison, did something. We're gonna cooperate. If they didn't get their time reduced, but they got time reduced, so they didn't cooperate, they're gonna blame other people for murders. You got another guy that did 16 years, was writing letters back home saying he was gonna, him and Bruno had secrets, but he was gonna expose those secrets if we kept shaking down his brother. I mean, these guys are, that's what you got today on the streets.
Yeah, and if you ever take a look at any of these pieces of legal paperwork, at the very top, it'll say the United States of America versus.
Yeah.
And I don't care how big your organization is, how much money you got, you don't have more resources than the United States of America.
And when you become a target, like when I was a target, they thought I was involved in more murders than I was. I mean, I was a target. Once you become like that, they're never gonna stop with that 24/7 surveillance. When you talk about informants also, you can never talk you can never know if a guy, people say, where's the paperwork on the guy? You're not gonna get a paperwork on a guy that's an informant. You don't have paperwork. He didn't testify at a court. He didn't, there's not something written. There's no 302s that they're gonna pass around that, when a guy's the informant, he's like a cop. He's walking around as like a cop would, only he's inside the crew. So it's like the cops have one of their own inside the crew. That's the informant. That's what they have, especially in my area. Guys that I grew up with, especially this one that, walks around in my area since the 90s. We were told back in the 90s he's been an informant, walking around and never spent one day in prison. And these were guys that were all in my crew. My crew, in my area.
Do you consider yourself a rat?
I don't consider myself, no, I don't. I consider myself, when it came down to that, making a hard decision, that I didn't care about, Artie. I cared about my 3 guys in my area. So if I'm gonna make a decision that's gonna be very hard for me, if I was gonna ever do that, I would have did it from the streets. Try to work out a deal. I knew I was getting indicted a month before they came and got me. That's when John Bologna got picked up and put into the witness protection program. So if I was gonna do that, I would have thought about doing it from the streets. But once you're in there, once you get arrested, you see what they have against you, you know that you're gonna get arrested. Okay, so It's like you're on the Titanic and the ship is halfway in the water, and you know you're the captain of the ship. You want to jump, but you gotta look out for your crew. So you know I want to jump off this ship because I don't want to go to jail for the rest of my life. I love my kids more than that, so I don't give a fuck what anybody says. When you got a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and little kids, you know you got all kinds of businesses, success, wife, girlfriend, all kind. You know that's what comes more important. But for me to live with it, I want to make sure that my crew knows, my 3 guys, like I said, 3 guys know what I'm gonna do before I even do it. And I let them know of my decision, and now they have a decision of their own to make. What decision do they want to make? They have, you know, a hard decision now to make also. But that was before I had any done anything.
Spike planted.
I reached out to them.
Well, Anthony, quite a story. And, you know, you've accepted everything. You've answered every tough question. You did what you did, and you did your time for it. And the cooperation you did, you owned it.
Player
You
standing.
didn't try to dodge it. You know, a lot of people say, well, I cooperated, but I didn't put anyone in prison. Like, you know, you've accepted everything that came with your actions. And ultimately, you have to live with your decisions. And, you know, it's interesting that you still live in the area that you grew up in, because most guys end up moving away and never coming back. You know, Michael Franzese is a regular guest on the show. You know, he doesn't
One
go back.
enemy
to his home.
remaining.
He lives out in L.A. somewhere. You know, he still feels like he has to watch his back somewhere. So the fact that you're actually living where you used to live kind of says a lot about the reality of the mafia and how many people really cooperate, and how, you know, it's not what they make it out to be in the, you know, in the movies where everyone just holds their tongue and does life in prison and so forth. You know, and ultimately, you know, as a man, you've, you know, you've made your decisions and you've lived with them. And I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story.
Thanks for having me.
Well, I wish you the best, man. I wish you the best.
Yeah.
Until next time.
Thank you, Vlad.
Take care.
Yeah, take care.
Spike planted.
All right, here we go. We have Larry Mazza, former made man of the Colombo Mafia. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Unavoidable.
Well, thanks for having me.
Well, you have a very interesting history and a very interesting story. But this is your first time here, so I want to start in the very beginning. So, you grew up in Brooklyn.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, I was born in '61.
Where is everyone hiding?
Okay, and from what you've said, you have a very normal family. Firefighter father, your mom worked at a bank, nothing really crime-related or anything of that sort.
A little key that would get him in the way. How about Greg? That he so once I'm
Get out of my way!
Multiple enemies A. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Heal yourself, bitch.
Your duty is not over.
30 seconds left.
Yo, heal yourself, Sage. You have to right click. You have to right click to use your heal on yourself.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Wait for Rainer to peek too. Walk, walk, walk. Don't peek that. Wait for Rainer to go, then peek it.
Enemy spotted, C.
Reloading.
Blasphemous. Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
My thanks.
Now, where to set up shop? Shadows traveling. Found you. Watch this.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Hostile removed. My eyes are better than yours. 3 out of 5.
One enemy remaining.
4 out of 5. Where is everyone hiding? This is no problem.
A.
You're dead, and I didn't feel anything. Not even a thrill.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
The hunt begins.
Spike planted.
Multiple enemies B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Lock in sight.
Barrier
Here.
created.
Reloading.
No charges left.
Oh, was that important?
Match point.
Let's close up shop. I have things to do.
I need this. No prisoners. Thank you.
Get out of my way!
Spike down.
Omen
C.
kill.
Spike planted.
Feeling sight.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Defenders win.
Back to my workshop. Still much to be done.
Match found.
Anyone got mics?
Yes, but what?
What's good?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, like, who has a mic? Like, comms.
Sorry, I don't have one.
Oh, dang, that sucks. Should I go Sova or Yoru? Or Jet?
Who do you have fun as?
I have fun with Yoru, but I play better with Sova.
Do you want RP or do you want fun?
What?
Do you want RP, the comp points, or do you want to just have fun?
Oh, I want RP.
Then you should go Sova. Get high kills, get high RP.
Alright, I'll get Sova. Are you guys loaded in yet?
Nope.
No.
Bad Wi-Fi on the
Maybe.
enemy.
I've never played Omen before, so I might take a little bit longer to smoke.
Okay, that's fine. By the way, you can toggle the regular vision by pressing R when in smoke. Just something that might be useful.
I was told you are all the best. That is why I'm here.
Need a drop. Thank you.
If you get one tapped again, I am really gonna quit. You hear me?
I'm gonna go B.
Sure. Do you have lineups?
Somewhat.
Cool. Yo, Omen, it'd be kind of cool if you could smoke here.
Smoke where?
I'm still learning lineups, but somewhat, I guess.
Yeah, just spam the shock darts where you think it's gonna hit, and then it'll work. Yo, Reese, get back. Yo, Omen, do you have a second smoke, or was that yours?
My only one.
I'm going on their
My
flank.
bad, my bad. Yo, come here, Omen. Omen.
For you.
I got no more smoke.
Take your man. Ah, my knees. Yeah.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Sages and flowers.
Weapon here.
Yo, Sheriff.
Weapon here.
Kill their leader and the rest will flee like rats.
They all died and they had Sheriff.
Thank you.
Are we buying?
I withdrew that.
Omen, don't smoke. Save it, save it. Okay,
Oh,
never
fuck,
mind.
I messed up.
Yeah, they were going B.
Spike planted.
Oh, C.
They're definitely C.
Some people go through garage, one of them go long, and 3 go short. Thank you. Oh, you are
Bomb
brave.
buddy out.
One enemy remaining.
Got him. Long. Don't worry, I got you. Hi. What's that?
We're not gonna talk about that.
If
Yeah, it's
you're
fine.
not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways.
Oh, I
to
feel
win.
like that was just something really great to do. So,
Weapon here.
anybody want to save? There's a free spectre here.
Here.
Come on, let's go.
Dang, I can't believe that I actually matched the Kyle in a comp
okay.
match. Kind of looks a bit like DC. BB. Yeah, it's
They're
a
all
bit
B.
of a rush.
They're mid. They're mid.
Yeah. Some people garage, I need some help. I only got a Marshall. I mean, Marshall still slaps, but you know.
Spike planted.
They walled a garage.
Still in sight.
Enemy spotted C.
One down.
One
One
long,
enemy remaining.
one long. That's the long Marshall. Nice. Wait, no. There you go.
Last player standing.
Clutch.
My bad.
Damn. Good try.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Should have smoked it.
Save your smokes until we know which site they're going to, okay?
Okay.
You're actually a very good Omen player. If you just know how to use the other utilities, I think you'll be great.
I'm gonna save one.
Reloading.
Doesn't look like C. Any activity on A?
Nothing there.
Yeah, no, none garage.
That's long. Planting A.
I think it's A.
Spike planted.
I was about to get down before we... I found a flank on him. If he provides me a distraction, it's probably
You didn't see that.
see what?
Satchel out.
Attack.
I attacked the Jet, Sage 26 garage,
Enemy spotted A.
KO's A long.
and the Sage is short. You heard. Stick it. Oh yeah, run.
Standing ahead.
It's over, you beautiful idiot.
Rip.
Get that off.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Damn, that's up.
I didn't realize we had enough.
So glad to get you.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Thanks. Oh no. Oh, that feels bad.
Vamos, gente.
Alright, looks like the A. Omen, don't get.
Begins.
Boom. Get out of here.
Good
You
one.
will not kill my allies.
Take flight.
I think they're rotating.
I see there, I see.
On it.
Rotated.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna go through their spawn. Alright, I'm gonna go see long.
Revealing area.
One shot.
Found them.
Up the high.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Garage.
Ace.
Oh, come. Bloody hell.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
I'm saving. Yes.
Playing so bad right now.
Ah, it's good, it's good.
I need to blow something up.
Omen. Here's an idea. If we confirm the site, I'll let you.
You are powerless.
Where's that coming from? Alright, Omen, smoke.
Can't use that.
Wait, press ult, press X, press X, and teleport here.
On top of box on A.
Spike planted.
Alright, now we can flank. I'm suppressed, I can't heal. I can't use my util. Let's see.
Some dudes watch us fight.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Many enemies.
Hey, concentrate.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
I'll cover A sewers if you could smoke on me.
Yeah, where?
Maybe about. And I'll wall A long. I'll try to give you guys an angle so we can still head tap them. Brenda, you're gonna get walled off. Just saying. So you might want to that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going A. Thank you.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Hey, rush.
Shock dart.
I'll push.
Got the
Spike
spike.
down A.
Kyle window. Kyle
Last
window.
player
Jet,
standing.
Grok. Yeah, Grok.
One enemy remaining.
How's the fuck?
Cover going out.
Good smoke.
Sure.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Yeah, we should probably save.
I know.
They're definitely going B. I mean A. Omen, do the smoky thing once again. Thank you.
And
Sage garage. I mean sewer. Yeah, up trap.
130 Sage.
Over. Yeah,
Planting on A.
that's fine.
Last player standing.
Alright, Kyle, have
Spike
it.
planted.
Okay.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Alright, I'm gonna cover C long. Someone, two people cover A side, one person cover B side. And two cover C. Is that a good okay?
I'll go A long.
Time to explode.
Understood? Try not to push in too hard. We are defending, not attacking.
You are powerless.
C. Looks like A.
A. They're A, they're A.
They're just defaulting.
Spike planted.
I need help.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, I'm trash.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Screw this, I'm gonna go H roll.
Yo, we're playing with Plat 3 guy, bro.
He's lying.
Take out their healer.
I'm bronze. I can't play with golds.
They're coming A.
Stop pushing up.
Guys, they're coming A. One nine. Wait, no, what are you?
What?
Prepare for
Yo, are you
hellfire.
sure you're good at Sofa?
Spike
What?
planted.
Are you sure you're good at Sofa?
Yeah, no.
Last player standing. Three souls.
Good try, good try.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Stop pushing up.
On B, defend. Reyna A long. Reyna A long. Defend.
Spike planted.
I didn't jet 100.
Bomb buddy out.
One
Don't
enemy
gotta burn my
remaining.
feet.
You can defuse.
Of my piece. Hey, I'm gonna do half so that someone else get ult point.
Just take it.
I'm gonna take it.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of betting that they might be going C. Just saying.
Don't fast rotate. Play default.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, it's A. Guys. A. Start running. Thank you, Omen. I will revive
Where's
you.
me?
I will revive you. There's a jet on your body.
Satchel out.
Taylor's fine.
They're rotating.
They're not rotating.
Last player standing.
Heaven.
Spike down A. Switching sides.
We are Valorant.
Need a drop.
We are fighters.
Need a drop.
I'm saving.
Where do you guys want to go?
Play default.
Thank you.
Need a drop.
Hello.
Bomb buddy out.
There.
Revealing.
Going C. Yes.
And pushing up.
Satchel out.
Say Constance. Enemy say. Never mind.
Headshot.
Oh, there's A long. I mean, there's C long.
Still inside.
52 Reyna.
Never saw me. Last player standing.
Sova.
What are you guys doing?
Bro, I dinged him on her head,
Oh
bro.
my.
What even is
Can
that?
you hold an angle?
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Need a drop.
Where do you guys want to go?
C.
There. Scanning ahead. Reloading. Here. Plant the spike.
Two flank.
Message sent. Weapon here.
Spike planted.
Two coming from long. Long, so the long.
Last player standing.
Oh, surrounded by minha familia. We won't lose.
Going C. We rush. Eyes up.
Enemy spot.
Spike planted.
Here, here.
Satchel out.
One drive.
Loosen up.
Last player standing. Match point.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired.
There.
Are you? Go and see. We rush.
Why would we go C if it didn't work? Okay.
No. Going A. I'm sorry.
Enemy spotted A.
The hunt begins.
Thank you.
They will cower.
Two flank.
Spike down A.
Down. I am the hunter!
One enemy remaining.
Enemy in defender spawn.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
Yes. My ultimate is not ready. Yes.
Still in sight.
You are.
That's the top of the box. KO flank.
One enemy remaining.
He's flanking. He's gonna be in mid window.
They were not good enough.
Reload time to stock back up.
What do you need?
My ultimate
There.
is ready. I'm buying.
I need this. Thank you.
I have money.
Embarrass them.
Yes.
Got him. Spike carrier's down.
Spike down mid.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Last one was C.
Planted.
Go get him. Here comes the burst!
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Wonderful. Can someone get this?
There.
I'm saving.
Can someone get this?
Thank you.
there.
Thank you.
Let's make them dance.
Cover going out.
Oh, I overthrew that.
They won't be.
Can't use that. Satchel out.
Oh, Jet's grounded. Reloading.
There's a bunch of them, see.
On me.
Spike down
B
mid.
window. Sova, B window. To your left.
Last player standing. Defenders win.
You're placing Iron One, Sova.